A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken, brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
10 minutes after 9, that moving man's late.
Moving men are always late. It's one of their principles never to let the person who's moving know whether they're going to arrive or not.
But they do arrive.
12 minutes late. They're always 12 minutes late.
Oh, I'm so nervous. I've never moved into my own apartment before.
Neither did I till I had one. You know what you're going to take with you?
Oh, certainly. I made a list of everything.
Well, don't forget those 4 barrels of wedding presents in the hall.
4 barrels and 1 cereal box. There wasn't room for Aunt Louisa's present in the barrels. I had to pack it separately. Oh, there's the moving man now. He's only 11 minutes late. That makes him 1 minute early.
I got everything out of that room, lady. Not much space left in the van.
Oh, dear. Will you have room for the 4 barrels in the hall?
Lady, it's a small van. When you called up yesterday, you said you had just a few pieces, so the boss sent me down alone in the small van. There's no room for them 4 barrels. I practically moved the whole house by myself.
But our wedding presents are in those 4 barrels.
Can't make it this trip, lady. I'll pick 'em up Monday. And you didn't have it packed so good either. You had 2 silver pots and a cereal box. Could have got dented. I put in a wooden box instead.
Oh, thank you. That was Aunt Louisa's present. They're soup tureens, not pots.
Look like pots.
Don't let Aunt Louisa hear you say that.
Is she thinking of moving, too? Anyway, there was no room for it. You had that big leather chair, that big drawing table, and the file cabinet. It's a small van. There's no room for the wedding presents.
Good.
You better not let Aunt Louisa hear you say that.
Truck loaded?
You couldn't get a dime in unless you stood it on end.
Are you in a big rush?
Well, I'd like to get this job over with, mister. Why?
I'd like to move some furniture around in here. Think you could help me for $2?
Well, I wasn't in too big a hurry. What do you want to move?
Well, first, a bed from one room to the other. Then a couple of chairs and a chest of drawers.
All right, let's get started.
This way. I've got the bed to be taken apart.
Say, David, do you remember the way Mama's room was so we can put it back like it was?
Just about. You can help me where I fall down, Claudia. Where is she, anyway?
She went downstairs. She said she had to get something. She'll be right back.
Maybe we can fix up the room like she had it before she gets back.
Mister, we won't get anything fixed unless we get started. Where do you want this stuff to go?
Next room. Here, this end's ready. Ready?
Ready.
Follow me.
Look, I gotta follow you if I'm carrying the other end of the headboard.
Is it very heavy, David?
No, it is, lady. Don't scratch on the door.
Oh, that's all right. We can fix it with some furniture polish.
Scratch my thumb, too. We can put it down here.
Oh.
I can get the footboard, and you get the 2 sides.
All right.
Won't Mother be thrilled to see her room back the way it was?
She'll be able to get a good night's rest again. Sleep in her own bed instead of on a couch. Excited about moving?
Didn't you notice I could hardly eat breakfast? Here, let me give you a hand.
No, I can do it myself. What do you mean you can hardly eat breakfast? I saw you eating 2 eggs and bacon.
Oh, that was just habit. I didn't feel like eating. Hey, watch the door, David.
I guess you'll have to use furniture polish on the footboard, too, lady.
Well, they match now.
Hold the footboard up straight, Claudia. I'll hold the headboard, and you can put it in the sides, okay?
All right. There, that's what's in. Look, hold that thing up straighter, lady.
This one?
Yeah, thanks. Now, the other one. In a little, mister.
Okay.
The end.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Let go.
Gosh, a bed without springs and a mattress certainly looks like a skeleton, doesn't it, David?
We'll put some flesh on it. Come on, let's get the springs.
Yeah, we can get the mattress and spring one trip. I'll show you how.
David, tell me about the place we're moving into.
I told you about it. Kitchen, living room, bedroom, and the room I'm going to fix up with my drawing table and file.
No, I mean the way it's furnished.
Oh, it's very nice, very nice.
And with the mattress on top of the spring, we can make it through the door just by tipping a little. Now, watch.
I see. You go first this time.
I got nothing to scratch now.
David, the paint scraped off the door.
Mister, you'll never make a mover, man. Now, set it down square now. That's it.
I'll make the bed while you two bring in the chairs.
Which one, lady? I ain't been here before you.
Oh, the maroon one from the living room. And the blue one from the other bedroom, too.
I'll get the one from the other bedroom, mister. You've been having trouble with the door.
Fair enough.
And don't carry it. Push it, David.
One maroon chair coming up.
Say, David, think we ought to bring the blue chair in from the living room instead of the maroon one?
The maroon chair is nearly there, and I think we should leave it the way it was. Where do you want it?
Oh, put it next to the window. David, what kind of carpets they have in our new apartment?
Nice. There. That right?
Mm-hmm. Mama likes to sit there and look out at the street. Really, David, a person would think you'd never even seen the apartment we're going to move into.
I did, but I paid absolutely no attention to minor details.
Minor details? You walk on a carpet every day.
Lady, I can't keep holding this chair. Where should I put it?
Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
It's because I didn't scrape the door. Well, where should I put the chair, lady?
Put it this side of the bed, right there.
Thanks. Anything else?
Yeah, the chest of drawers in the other room.
Gotcha.
Straighten out that side of the bedspread, David. Oh, I hope there are enough pots and pans there. If there aren't, we can borrow some from Mama.
Borrow some what?
Pots and pans. You came back too soon.
I'm sorry. If I knew that you two wanted to be alone, I'd have stayed away longer.
No, I mean we're trying to put your room back the way it was before we moved in. We messed everything up for you.
Well, thank you, both of you. The room looks almost the way it was.
Chest of drawers is coming in.
It's in, lady. Where's it go?
Now put it over against the wall.
Yeah?
A little further to the right.
That's right.
All set now, lady?
Yep, I guess that's all. Everything's back the way it was, Mama, David, and I'll be going now.
Well, thanks for putting things in order, David. I'll miss you, too. I ran downstairs for a present to start you off in your new home.
Present? What is it, Mama?
Nothing much. Same thing my mother gave me when I was first married. A pound of flour and a pound of sugar.
Oh, a nice thought, Mrs. Brown. They knew how to say things gracefully in those days.
Well, you better be getting along. I'll finish straightening up around here.
You're coming with us, isn't you, David?
Wouldn't be legal without you, Mrs. Brown.
No, children. I think you should go into your own home for the first time by yourself.
I won't budge from here unless you come along.
Nor I.
Well, you better come. I gotta get back to the warehouse sometime.
Well, all right. Just so that you can get back to the warehouse.
The nice part about living on the second floor is that if you don't feel like using the elevator, you can walk up.
I'd rather use the elevator, thank you. Makes me feel very important, even if it only is for one floor. Isn't this exciting, David? It's just like cutting open a birthday cake with presents baked inside.
Here's our door. And the lock works perfectly.
So does mine at home now, thank you.
May I carry you over the threshold, Mrs. Norton?
No, David, not here.
Not here. Where then?
When we get our own apartment with our own furniture and everything, I'll feel differently about it.
Oh.
Did it hurt your feelings? I didn't mean to, David, but that's the way I feel. If you want
No,
to...
I understand. Well, Mrs. Brown, Mrs. Norton, aren't you even curious to wait to see the Norton residence looks?
I'm dying of curiosity.
Well, there's only one way of finding out.
It's by going in, lady. These valises are getting heavy.
It's rather dark here, isn't it, David?
I'll turn on the lights.
Still dark.
Where does the window face, David?
Why, looking out that window, you get a lovely view of... I guess it's the apartment on the second floor of the building next door.
Well...
Disappointed?
Isn't the way I thought it would be, David.
I'm sorry.
Nonsense. It's just what you two need, a place of your own.
The furniture's so old-fashioned, those oriental rugs and everything. Oh, David, can't we go back and stay with Mama?
You certainly cannot. I didn't invite you.
Where does this thing go, mister?
Oh, my drafting table. The room at the end of the hall, please.
Gotcha.
Now, you two ladies care to see the rest of the apartment?
Maybe the kitchen's nice.
The kitchen? Right this way. There you are, the kitchen.
It's very small, isn't it, David?
Well, we won't do much cooking.
Very nice. Just right for two. Let's see if he left you silverware and china. There's your silverware. All the silver plate's worn off. What kind of a man is this Mr. Tucker of yours?
Bachelor.
Take a look in that closet, Claudia. Any china there?
Uh-huh.
Well, at least that's all right.
Nice stove, refrigerator.
Faucet leaks.
I will fix it.
Everything's out of the van, mister. When do you want me to come back with those barrels?
What barrel?
Oh, the wedding presents. We left them at your house. There's no room in the van.
It was a very small van.
Say, Mama, would you like to keep the presents and put them all around the room to remind you of us till we get our own apartment?
I would not. Young man, come back to my house and pick up those barrels as soon as you can.
Pick 'em up on Monday, lady. Good luck, mister.
Thanks. Thanks for helping me out.
Yeah, gotcha. So long.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll go with you to the door. How much do I owe you for that job?
Mama, am I going crazy, or is this the worst place I've ever seen?
Well, it's not so very good, Claudia.
But you said to David
I
that it
know,
was
but now look. You've got to understand this. David's a man, your husband. He's done something that's rather hard to do now. He's found an apartment, a place where you two can live a life of your own. He's proud of having found this place, and maybe it's blinded him a little to its faults. But just as he can't see them, for his sake, you shouldn't want to see them. Do you understand, Claudia?
No matter what the rest of the apartment looks like, I'm going to say I love it.
Now, for the rest of the house. The bedroom, right this way.
I hope it's nicer than the rest of the apartment.
All right. Here you are. Judge for yourself.
David, it's lovely. Why, you wouldn't believe the same person had anything to do with the living room.
Maybe he just likes sleeping, not living.
And the beds are so soft and covered with this nice worn material.
I didn't know you liked worn material.
I'm crazy over it. Ask Mama. Aren't I, Mama?
Is she?
That's what she said.
Now, who can that be? No one has our number, not even me.
Only one way to find out. Probably Tucker.
Tell him Tucker doesn't live here anymore.
Yes? Oh, hello, Roger.
Roger?
It's Roger, yeah.
Oh,
We're all moved in, Roger. No, Mrs. Brown likes it, but Claudia doesn't.
I do, too.
Well, I don't care anyway. Mrs. Brown is the important one of the family.
Well,
I really married Claudia to be near her.
let me speak.
Hey, don't grab.
Roger, how are you? Listen, don't listen to anything David says. I'm in love with this place. It's so... It's so...
Quaint.
Quaint, yes. Of course I like it. It's just like home, only... Well, Mama's got a view, and it's lighter and higher up, and it's furnished better, but... How's it like home? Well, Mama's got 4 rooms, too.
Claudia, Roger's going to think you're a goof. Let me speak
Wait
to
a
him.
minute. Mama wants to speak to you. Here, Mama.
Roger, I just want to say thanks. Seems my daughter's too ill-mannered to think of things like that.
I am not. I'm just too excited.
She just apologized. What? Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Roger.
Tell us what?
Roger wishes both of you luck in the new apartment.
Good old Roger. He told me not to bother about coming back to the office this afternoon.
Good. Then we can get used to the rooms together.
Will it take an awful lot of getting used to, Claudia?
Not as long as you're around, David. I won't look at the furniture.
Okay. I won't look at the rug.
And I won't be here to look at you two looking at each other. I've seen the place, put the seal of approval on it, and now goodbye.
Thanks for the seal of approval, Mama.
And thanks for the use of your daughter, Mrs. Brown.
Feel free to drop in on the Norton residence any time, Mama.
I will. I'm leaving my gloves here so I can come back and say I forgot them. Goodbye, you two, and good luck.
Goodbye, Mama.
Goodbye, Mrs. Brown.
Now that there's more Coke available, make sure you have a good supply in your refrigerator all the time. Keep a few extra bottles of Coke on hand so you'll always have refreshment ready and waiting. And don't forget to enjoy the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola at the familiar red cooler when you're out marketing. Shop refreshed. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and heat. The liniment that's strong yet does not burn. Present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks transcribed. But first, if you suffer from the pains of a headache, we urge you to try the remarkable product this program features, Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. The relief these tablets bring is not only effective, but often incredibly fast. Many of you I know first discovered Anacin through your own dentist or physician. But if you have not yet used Anacin, we urge you to try these tablets the next time you are in pain from a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Try Anacin on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin at any drug counter. It's spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets come in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. One of the problems almost every city and town is faced with is the overcrowded conditions of our public schools. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, is keenly aware of the situation.
Yes, indeed. In fact, my classroom is so crowded, it's a shame to waste it on children. Last Thursday morning before class, Walter Denton was helping me bring in additional chairs to accommodate my extra students.
That'll be enough chairs, Miss Brooks. How many students do you have in your first class?
I don't know, Walter, but every time I stand up in front of them, I feel like I'm calling play ball at the Yankee Stadium. No, by actual count, there are 48.
Yeah, but there are only 47 chairs.
I know. Unless we dig up another, I'm afraid one of my English students will have to open the window and sit outside.
May I?
No, you may not. I was only fooling.
Yeah, I wasn't. With all due respect to your remarkable talents as a teacher, English isn't exactly my favorite subject, Miss Brooks. Sometimes it practically anesthetizes me.
And perhaps that explains why you managed to sleep through it like a baby. Help me move this desk back a bit, will you?
Sure. Yeah. Easy does it.
There, that'll give us just enough room to squeeze in one more chair. I don't know what I'll do if any more students are assigned to this dinky classroom of mine, Walter.
Hey, I've got an idea. You know how large Mr. Boynton's biology lab is, Miss Brooks? Why don't you double up with him? I mean, each of you could utilize half the lab in teaching your respective subjects. You know, sharing a desk right smack in the middle, see?
I see, but it wouldn't be practical.
Maybe not, but wouldn't it be romantic? You and Mr. Boynton, side by side, you could take out the desk and put in a love seat.
And by, we might even set up light housekeeping in the test tube. No, it's a nice thought, Walter, but not practical. Come in.
Good morning, teacher. How are you, teacher? I'm Mike. I'm Danny. Me and Mike are twins. I'm 8 years old. I'm 8 years old, too. Me and Danny don't like grammar school. We decided to go to high school. Where do we sit?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you? I don't quite understand this, children.
Isn't that cute? They decided to go to high school.
Quiet, Walter. Now, listen, Mike.
I'm Danny.
All right, listen, Danny. You can't merely decide to go to high school.
Why can't we?
Well, you just can't. Not until you've received your grammar school diploma.
We should live so long.
Oh, come now. You kids are just starting out in life. There's a long road ahead. If you're only 8 years old...
How old are you?
You should live so long. Now, tell me, there must be some very important reason behind your seeking this educational shortcut, boys.
It's a matter of life and death.
Well, that figures, but what is it?
Me and Danny want to be policemen. So we found out you can't be policemen till you get out of high school. So we want to get out of high school.
How do you like that, Miss Brooks? They want to get out of high school.
And don't laugh. They're liable to beat you out by several semesters.
We watch cops and robbers on television most every night, Miss Brooks. So that's what we really want to be. Not the robbers, the cops.
Well, I'm I'm glad you're with the good guys instead of the bad guys. But let's start from the beginning, shall we? What's your last name, Mike?
I'm Danny.
All right, Danny, what's your last name?
Ask Mike.
All right, Mike, what's your last name?
We ain't talking.
You're not talking. Ain't is a vulgarism frowned upon as a grammatical. What do you mean you ain't talking?
Just that. There's a good reason why our last name has got to remain a mystery, Miss Brooks. We just can't tell you. And it won't do you no good to pump us either. If you try to put the screws on us, we'll just clamber up until the heat's off.
They have been watching television. Look, boys, if you refuse to identify yourselves properly, I'll have to report you to the police. In a case like this, I've got to think of your parents. They'll be greatly concerned. Now, why not simplify things and tell me who you are?
Sorry. What do you think we are, stoolies?
Let me try to reason with him, Miss Brooks. Now, listen, fellas.
Pipe down, Buster. We'd rather discuss this matter with an adult.
Well, yeah, sure. I just thought that...
Bang, bang, you're dead.
Huh? Don't worry. Bang, bang, you're alive again. You'd better run over to the principal's office, Walter, and tell Mr. Conklin to inform the police.
Yeah, okay, Miss Brooks. You better come clean, fellas. See you later.
I'm sorry, boys, but that's what you get for not telling me about yourselves. Now you'll have to deal with the bulls.
Well, I guess we could tell you a little, Miss Brooks. Me and Mike, well, we escaped from the orphanage.
You're orphans?
Sure. I ain't even got no parents. I ain't got no parents either.
No parents?
Who needs them?
Well, that's the attitude to take, of course. Who needs them?
We're not babies anymore.
Oh, I should say not. You're big and strong. Now tell me something. Have you men had breakfast yet?
No, ma'am.
Well, we'll soon fix that. I brought a box lunch to school today, and you're welcome to it. Here we are. First, some milk. I'll pour it into these paper cups for you. You don't mind paper cups, do you?
I like them better than I like the milk.
Well, nevertheless, you'll drink it. If you're going to be policemen, you've got to build strong, healthy bodies. Here you are. Now dive into the lunchbox.
Oh, but that wouldn't be fair, Miss Brooks. I don't want to take your lunch. I'll take it.
And you'll both take it. But you fellows caught me unprepared. All I have is some boiled ham and a few slices of bread.
You can keep the bread. I'm cutting down on starches.
Thanks. Look, men, you've got to tell me more. You're orphans, you say,
Yes, ma'am. Nobody loves us.
Oh, now, please don't cry, Mike.
I'm Danny.
Well, now, policemen don't cry. Besides, it isn't true that no one loves you. Why, I love you, and I bet lots of other folks do, too.
Nobody does. Pretty good ham.
Thanks. Come on, Danny, sit on my lap, and I'll dry those tears for you. Up you go. There, do you feel better now?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Brooks, can I sit on your other lap?
My other lap? You finish the bread, Danny. I'm cutting down on starches, too. Good morning, Mr. Carter.
Be seated. Miss Brooks, may I present...
Yellow Sergeant Police, missing persons investigating.
Yes. Sergeant Gillis, may I present...
Brooks, Miss, teacher, English, sitting.
Yes. Won't you sit down, Sergeant?
Thanks. I am a bit weary. Been up all night on a missing persons case, a very important one to me.
To you?
Yes, I'm trying to locate my wife. She disappeared last night. I just sent out an all-points bulletin on her when I received a call from Mr. Conklin.
Well, I certainly hope you locate her.
So do I, but one case at a time, if you please. I gave Sergeant Gillis the facts as furnished me by Walter Denton, a general description of Mike and Danny, plus the fact that the brats refused to divulge the name of their parents.
But they have no parents, sir. They confessed to me that they escaped from an orphanage.
Poor little Ty. Orphan.
They're still in my classroom, Sergeant, room 104. I'll take you there now.
It's all right. I'll find it. I'd like a minute alone with them if you don't mind, Miss Brooks. Excuse me now.
Oh, surely. Well, leave it to a policeman to put on a clever disguise.
Disguise?
Yes, even though his wife left him, he still looks miserable.
All right, boys, let's have your story.
We ain't talking, Copper.
I told you never to call me Copper, Mike. That goes for you, too, Danny.
Don't get excited, Dad. How come you're not surprised to find us here?
Well, Mr. Conklin described you to me over the phone. I've met some mischievous kids in my life, but you boys take the cake. Now, what are you doing here?
Gee whiz, Pop. You told us we couldn't start being a policeman like you till we got out of high school. So we decided to go to high school and get it over with.
Well, what about grammar school?
We'd prefer to eliminate the middleman.
And what about your telling Miss Brooks that you escaped from an orphanage? You've never even seen an orphanage.
Danny made that one up. I just went along with the gag.
I should have suspected. So you're up to your old tricks again, huh, Danny? I've been wise to him for a long time.
Don't be angry, Daddy. Please don't be angry with me.
And I'm also wise to that phony crying routine.
Oh, okay. Well, what's new, Dad?
You know what's new. Your mother left me.
Give him the lowdown, Mike. I feel sorry for him. Okay. Listen, Pop. Mom made us promise not to tell you this. Like she made Grandma promise when she phoned her yesterday. She told Grandma that instead of paying attention to her, he'd just sit around all night watching cops and robbers on television. She said she's become a television widow. So, she decided to leave home for a week to teach you a lesson.
To teach me a lesson? Well, what do you know? Where is she now?
Well, she gave us her number and told us to call her every day so she wouldn't be worried about us. We talked to her this morning. She's fine.
Okay, the number. What is it? Spill it, boy. Spill it.
Not so fast. Giving you the number depends on whether or not you play ball with us. See what I'm driving at, Daddy? Sure. We kind of like high school, Dad. It's fun being around big kids instead of little punks. Now, it's up to you to play along with us and let us stay here as long as possible. If you don't, we won't give you the number and you won't see Mom for a whole week.
Well, this is blackmail.
We got you over a barrel, Pop. Play ball or else.
No, just a minute.
Well, is everything under control now, Sergeant?
Sure, Miss Brooks. Tell her what you decided, Sergeant Gillis.
Well, Miss Brooks, my heart goes out to these little orphans. While I'm conducting an investigation, I want these children to remain here with you.
With me? Isn't that a very unusual procedure?
Believe me, these are very unusual children.
Well, I'm sorry, but my classroom is overcrowded as it is. You'll have to take them with you.
We little orphans want to be with you, Miss Brooks. You're so kind, so affectionate, so wonderful.
Well, now, look, Mike.
And you're so beautiful. So downright beautiful.
Like I say, Sarge, you'll take these kids over my dead body.
Friends, when agonizing pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable and every move is a torment, that's the time to reach for HEAT. H-E-E-T. HEAT, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn. The moment you apply it, you can feel HEAT's soothing warmth working to relieve your painful miseries. That's because HEAT penetrates deep, brings immediate relief to sore, aching muscles. Wherever you ache, just brush on HEAT. HEAT penetrates deep, keeps working for hours to bring wonderful, soothing comfort to the painful, aching area. Your pain seems to disappear. HEAT isn't oily, sticky, or messy. You just brush on HEAT with a handy applicator that comes with each bottle, and it dries in seconds. So remember, when pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable, HEAT's penetrating warmth gives you fast, long-lasting relief. Get HEAT, H-E-E-T. HEAT, the liniment that penetrates deep to bring immediate relief. Well, Miss Brooks is still oblivious to the fact that Police Sergeant Gillis is actually the father of the mischief makers Mike and Danny, who at this moment are lunching in the office of Mr. Conklin. Meanwhile, since the boys had previously devoured the lunch she had brought to school, Miss Brooks is economically dining in the cafeteria with Mr. Boynton. I think
You're just having soup, Miss Brooks?
Well, I'm not really hungry, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, well, would you like some crackers?
Just a dozen or so. I brought my own bread.
That's no meal for a working girl. Let me order for you, Miss Brooks. I'll go to the steam table and get what you want.
What I want, they don't have at the steam table. Really, Mr. Boynton, I'm too exhausted to gorge myself. It's been a rough morning.
Yeah, I've had a rough morning myself. Those two little boys dropped into my lab. You should have seen the big tears in Danny's eyes. He told me that the principal of the orphanage they were in never gave them anything to eat but a stale crust of bread.
What? But that's cruel. Oh, it can't be true.
Oh, you've seen the halos of innocence in Danny's eyes, Miss Brooks. How can you possibly infer that that boy would stoop to lying?
I'm ashamed of myself. He's an angel. And so is Mike. That barbaric orphanage principal has started something, and I'm going to finish it. Get up, Mr. Boynton. We're going to discuss the matter with Mr. Conklin at once.
Yeah, but what about my lunch?
I'll finish that while you're getting up. Hello, Harriet. Walter.
Hiya, folks.
We'd like to see Mr. Conklin, Harriet.
Well, Daddy's in his inner office feeding Mike and Danny right now, Mr. Boynton. I'll go tell him you're here.
Oh, you should have been in first period English class this morning, Mr. Boynton. It was a scream. Miss Brooks gave us a test, and she let Mike and Danny take it along with us.
Well, it was nothing to bewilder them. Merely a refresher test on certain fundamentals that are covered in grammar school.
Oh, I think Danny is smart as a whip. What did he score in the test, Miss Brooks?
38. Mike got the same.
Yeah, Mike was sitting right near Danny, Mr. Boynton. Of course, I'm not insinuating that he copied from Danny's paper, but even so, 38 is a pretty good score for kids. What did I get in the test, Miss Brooks?
27.
27?
Well, that was on my own. I wasn't sitting near either of them. I met him later in the hall, though, Miss Brooks, and gosh, Danny told me something terrible. You should have seen the big tears in his eyes.
More tears? What did the Johnny Ray of Madison High tell you?
Well, every day the orphanage principal used to beat him and Mike with a horsewhip.
Good heavens.
The monster.
A horsewhip?
Oh, steady, Daddy. Steady now.
Prisoners. Chain gang. Gad. Danny told me the whole story. You should have seen the big, big tears in his eyes. That orphanage principal, I'd like to strangle him with my bare hands.
Well, a principal's a principal. I mean, what did he do?
When those kids weren't scrubbing floors, he had them out on the rock pile.
The rock pile?
The monster.
He should be taken for a ride.
In your car.
Despite my gentle pumping, they still refuse to reveal the name of the orphanage.
Well, naturally. They're afraid they'll be sent back there and treated even worse for squealing.
Well, Sergeant Gillis will probably get the truth when he visits them at your house this evening, Miss Brooks. Maybe he'll send them to a more humane orphanage.
No, not a chance. He'll send them back where they came from. Everything's routine with some policemen. You know how they work. You come from Joe Blow Orphanage, buddy? Well, back you go to Joe Blow. It's cut and dried.
My friends, I always wanted a boy. I've got a good mind to adopt them.
That's the answer. As soon as they're sent back to the orphanage, Mr. Conklin can file papers. Now, how long does it take to adopt a child?
About a year longer than it takes to have one of your own.
No solution. No, we've got to dream up some delaying action so that we can keep those kids here while we're presenting the facts to higher authorities than the police.
I'll take this case to the Supreme Court if it'll help. But how can we prevent Sergeant Gillis from carting them off tonight?
Well, I've got an angle, Daddy. The police won't touch them if you can produce someone who will pose temporarily as their mother or father.
Pose as their mother or father, but that could lead to serious consequences, Harriet. We're not that desperate yet. Now, take Mike's milk into him, will you?
I'll take it, Harriet. Excuse me.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, men. Here's your milk, Mike.
Thanks.
And if you want anything else, just holler.
Boy, what a fuss they're making over us. Yeah, this orphan racket is pretty good. Sure beats having parents. Ouch. What's the matter? Oh, I burned my arm in the heater. It's nothing. I'm going and get me some milk. Can I have some milk, please?
Well, of course you may. Here you are, Mike.
I'm Danny. Thanks. I'll see you later.
Just a minute. What's that red mark on your arm, Danny?
Red mark? Oh, this. I'd rather not tell you, Miss Brooks. Please don't ask me.
Well, what is it, boy?
Yes.
You've got to tell us, Danny. What happened?
Well, yesterday I didn't get up early enough to clean the incinerator, so the orphanage principal stuck a cigarette butt in my arm.
You run along and join your brother like a good little boy. Toddle along now, Danny.
Yes, sir.
Stuck his cigarette butt in the child's arm.
If you own one of the 26 million car radios, you may be lending an ear as you drive along the highways. If you're listening to one of the 10 million sets located in public places, like bus stations, hotel lobbies, and the like, you may take in some or all of CBS Radio's weekday evening favorites on one of the 10 million. If you're like most folks, owning at least one of these 75 million radio sets people have in their homes, why, chances are you're fairly regular in tuning in our weekday evening stars. Whichever way you choose, CBS Radio's nighttime stars are yours to command, yours to enjoy. The Bing Crosby Show, Monday through Friday nights. The Amos and Andy Music Hall, also 5 evenings a week. The Tennessee Ernie Show, now 3/4 of an hour of fun each evening on most of these stations. And that refreshing newcomer, Fred Robbins' Disc Derby, heard Tuesday through Friday nights on CBS Radio. There's music, there's fun, there's sparkling entertainment, and plenty of it. Weekday evenings, too, at the Star's address. Well, everyone is still unaware that Mike and Danny are Sergeant Gillis' sons, and that their stories of a horrible life at the orphanage are entirely trumped up. At home later that evening, Miss Brooks had just about reached a decision.
I took the ice cream out of the deep freeze, Connie. Are Mike and Danny enjoying the dinner?
Very much, Mrs. Davis. Well, how do you like the kids?
They're precious, Connie. I don't blame you for falling in love with them. But I suppose Sergeant Gillis will be coming over any minute now to take them away.
Yes. You know, he couldn't take them if one of their parents were here. Mrs. Davis, I've come to a decision. It's a desperate move, but I've got to risk it.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's no time to explain now. Excuse me.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Dinner is swell. Pretty good ham. Say, what are those papers on the table, Miss Brooks?
My class's homework. You can work on it after dinner if you like.
Gee, thanks. High school homework. Wow. You sure been nice to us, Miss Brooks. I wish we could stay with you forever.
Oh, please, Danny, no more tears. There's enough water in the milk now. But maybe you can stay with me, for a little while at least. I have a scheme, and if it meets with your approval...
A scheme? What is it, Miss Brooks?
I want to tell Sergeant Gillis that I'm your mother.
Sergeant Gillis? You want to tell him you're our mother?
That's right. What do you think of it?
I think it's great. Ought to be fun, huh, Mike? This I gotta see.
Now, boys, I'd like to speak with him alone as soon as he arrives. There he is now. You run along into the kitchen. Mrs. Davis has some ice cream for you.
Ice cream? Boy.
Come in. The latch is off. Oh, good evening, Sergeant Gillis.
Oh, Miss Brooks, Mike and Danny here?
Well, naturally. After all, this is their home.
Their home?
Of course. We've just finished dinner. I told you this morning, but evidently your memory's a bit foggy.
Well, let me get this straight, Miss Brooks. I'm talking about Mike and Danny.
So am I. Sergeant, I'm their mother.
You're their mother?
That's right.
Miss Brooks, my memory isn't that foggy. If you told me that this morning, believe me, I'd have remembered. You said they'd been in an orphanage.
Well, it's not something I like to discuss, but the truth is, I lost them one day while I was shopping.
What?
But now that I've found them again, nothing will ever part us. Nothing.
Now, this case has developed interesting aspects, Miss Brooks. I believe I'll take you down to headquarters for questioning.
Who, me? Oh, now, just a minute.
Miss Brooks, where's Mike and Danny?
Oh, Mr. Boynton. Sergeant Gillis, my husband.
Husband? You don't know it, buddy, but she's the mother of your twins.
To take our children, do you, dear?
Why, certainly not. Wifey.
Now, look, I'll try to be calm. Your name is Boynton, and her name is Brooks. How can she be your wife?
I married her when I was very young.
Say that again, and I'll be a widow. Don't you see, Sergeant? I teach under the name of Brooks, but actually my name is...
Good evening.
What do you want, Walter?
I came over for my sons, Mike and Danny.
Sergeant Gillis, meet my other husband.
2 husbands?
One for each child. Well, that's logical, isn't it?
We're going to headquarters. Everybody. Now, you fellas move on ahead. Here, I'll take your arm, Miss Brooks.
Take your hands off my wife, you cur!
Miss Brooks, just how many husbands have you got?
Well, let's wait till all the precincts are in.
She is the mother of my Mike and Danny, and I, Osgood Conklin, am her only husband.
You're going to lead the way to headquarters, Chubby. Now, come on.
Oh, excuse us, folks.
Mike, Danny.
My sons.
My offspring.
Come over here and sit on your daddy's lap, boys.
That's right. Go over and sit on one of your daddy's laps.
Miss Brooks, we just looked over that homework that high school kids have to do. We decided to go back to grammar school in the morning.
I'll say you're going back. You're coming with me right now.
Okay, Pop.
Pop?
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 Somebody's sticking cigarette butts in balloons.
Gillis, that boy called you Pop.
Yeah, only because I'm his father.
What? We just talked to Mom on the phone, Pop. She said she misses you too much, so she's going home, and all is forgiven.
Well, what do you know? In that case, folks, you're all forgiven. Come along, boys.
Just a minute. How about exchanging explanations?
Well, I'll give you a ring later on, Miss Brooks. You don't have to be a detective to know that this entire misunderstanding can be traced to the sob story kid here. Come along, Danny boy.
Yes, Daddy. Bye, folks. Yeah, thanks for the ham.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? If you like a room full of idiots. I think I'll go to the window and wave goodbye to the little darling. Oh, isn't that cute? They stopped on the front lawn, and Sergeant Gillis just lifted Danny up and put him across his knees.
Across his knees?
Yes, now the sergeant's raising his hand. Now the hand's coming down. Well, what do you know?
Well, what is it, Miss Brooks?
At last, those big tears are for real.
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, distribution directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis, with the music of Bud Bluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Harry Shearer, Stuffy Singer, and Joel Samuels. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. And along came a spider and sat down beside her, and what did the spider say? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norfolk.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern electric and gas ranges, automatic and conventional washers, water heaters and home freezers, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators. Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and the Smith twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now MGM's Ball of Fire. Red, get a load of those dimples, Skelton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and stop calling attention to my dimples. They're really nothing. I put my cheeks up in curlers every night. So.
I was only kidding, Skelton. Let's say, why don't we call each other by our first names?
Well, what, give the impression that we get along? See, Rod, here's something new. Yeah. Put them back in and enjoy the show. Everybody just laughed and their teeth fell out. I went to the dentist today.
You did?
He examined me. He says, my teeth are perfect. It's the most beautiful teeth he's ever seen in his life. Absolutely beautiful. Mm-hmm. Most beautiful choppers he ever laid eyes on.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
But my gums have got to come out. Well, what's new? There must be something new around here that sends these jokes. Let's hurry and read this stuff. The Smithsonian Institute wants them back in an hour.
Hey, I heard you got a new car.
Oh, yeah, that I did. Yeah, I did. At least it says so here.
Mm-hmm. Is it a new car?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, a used car.
Well, yeah, but it's in wonderful shape, see? It hasn't been driven much.
I've got to see it.
Well, come on, it's stacked up outside. Oh. I'm no kidding. I got a car that's so old that when I bought a license, I had to get it upper and lower plates. My teeth kicked tonight.
Is it a convertible?
Oh, yeah, I can always sell it for junk and get my money back.
No, I mean, does the top go up and down?
All the time. Every time I get in it, I blow my top. I like the car, though, but it's sort of an affectionate little thing.
Affectionate?
Yeah, you see, the brakes are not too good, and when I come to a stoplight, you should see how it snuggles up to those other cars. We have a town and country now that's all over the city. I think the guy that owned it used to go hunting with it.
Why? Here it comes.
Yeah, here it comes, folks. The guy used to use it to go hunting. Whenever he sees a duck trail on the back of one of those Cadillacs, you know how the Cadillac...
Ducktails?
Yeah, ducktails. Uh-huh. It lifts its front wheel and points. Hey, did I ever tell you about the time I went up to Montana and went hunting? I went up there, and Jim Brown up there, he gave me one of his best bird dogs, see? Mm-hmm. And he says, take this dog, give me a handful of bullets, and about 14 dogs, see? And I went out, and I came back a few minutes later, and he says, what's the matter? You out of bullets? He says, out of dogs. This actually happened. So he gave me one of these best bird dogs. He says, go out and do some duck shooting, some pheasant shooting, duck shooting and stuff. So I went out. I came back in about 2 or 3 hours, and he said, how's everything? I says, well, it's all right, but that stupid dog, he stops there a few minutes and just stops and stares into space. I says, but a couple of good boots took that out of him.
Let's get back to the car.
Back to the funny stuff. Yeah. Back to the car.
Speaking of the car, how's the pickup?
What's that?
How's the pickup?
Well, please, after all, Georgia may be listening. She's always with me in the car anyhow. You know, it's not a bad car. It's all right for walking around town in. It's got 3 shifts. low, crouching flat on his face. You have to throw it in second to get over a pedestrian. It's one of those little foreign cars, you know. It's very small, very small. Instead of having it washed for $1, you have it dunked for $0.25.
Well, I got news for you, Skelton. You've been taken.
Yeah?
The used car dealer who gave you that car is no good.
Then we're even.
No good.
What's that?
The car's no good either.
Try to read the whole line over again. They can cut your part out.
All right. I got news for you, Skelton. You've been taken. The used car dealer gave you a car that's no good.
Yeah. Now read mine. I've lost my plate. I've got news for you. You've been taken. No, that's
my line. Try it again.
All right, try it again.
All right. I've got news for you, Skelton. You've been taken.
Yeah.
The used car...
Oh, these are those little gems that come out good.
May I go ahead?
Good and lousy.
Yes. I've got news for you, Skelton. You've been taken. The used car dealer gave you a car that's no good.
Then we're even. The check I gave him ain't no good either. Hardly worth going back for. Wait till that used car dealer tries to deposit that check. He'll need a tennis racket. He'll dribble it down to the bank.
Well, tell me, how's the motor?
What's that?
How's the motor?
The motor. Well, I get that when I finish paying it for the finance company. Oh. You see, this car runs by remote control.
Remote control,
You get out of the city limits, they press a button and the wheels fall off. Yeah, which reminds me, Dave Rose and his orchestra got their instruments out of hock. And they've been practicing all afternoon. What have they been practicing besides canasta?
Well, Red, Dave Rose is going to play one of his own compositions tonight.
Oh?
The Devil's Dream.
Oh, his own composition.
These days, the main talk about electric ranges seems to be speed. Well, if you want speed, you'll like the new Norge electric range. All the surface elements are designed with self-cleaning flat tops that increase the contact area with pans for faster cooking. And there's a super-speed rocket element if you're really in a rush. But the new Norge 4-way automatic electric range offers you a lot in addition to clean, speedy cooking. It cooks by remote control, turns itself on, cooks the food at the temperature you set, then turns itself off again. You don't even have to be in the house. In Norge, it's not just the oven that cooks by remote control. The oven and the deep well cooker and the high-low surface unit and the appliance outlet all work automatically. Drop in at your Norge dealers and see Norge's new 4-way automatic range. It's such a downright good buy. New features, dependable quality, and sensible price, too. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled Public Speeches. Chapter 1 is entitled I Hate After-Dinner Speeches, starring Willie Lump Lump.
Taxi, hey, come out, wherever you are. Don't expect me to crawl all the way home.
Well, Willie Lump Lump, tell me, is the banquet over?
Let's not get nosy, boy.
All I want to know is if the banquet's over.
It is for me, yeah. They found me drinking from the wrong punch bowl. I didn't even know there was anything wrong until I saw that goldfish high and dry. Hey, drive me home, will you, Chubby? Tabby?
Yeah, tell me, why are you leaving so early, Willie?
I don't like them long, drawn-out speeches. I just don't like long, drawn-out speeches. Those guys get up and yak. I just don't like long, drawn-out speeches.
Well, I certainly sympathize with you. Some of those guys are windy birds, all right.
A truer word was never spoke. Spook, I'm thinking of my wife. Did you know that I was at a banquet once, and some guy made a speech of why Hoover should be reelected, and by the time he finished, Truman was in the middle of the second term.
What happened tonight?
Well, first I got in trouble with a woman chairman, see. She couldn't quiet them down, you see. It was like this.
Quiet! Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, quiet.
May I have your attention, please?
Attention?
Please! May I have your attention?
Shut up! Can't you see this old dame wants to shoot off her mouth? Now that guy's got his teeth, hand him over. We'll put him in.
Oh, dear. Maybe the microphone isn't on.
Yeah, here, let me test the microphone. Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jacqueline King. Testing, hello. It's on.
Why are they so rude?
Wait a minute, I'll quiet them down. Give me that bottle of champagne. That's it. Gentlemen and ladies.
Oh, please, Mr. Lump, please.
What's the matter?
Address the meeting correctly. It's ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen?
Certainly. Ladies are always before gentlemen.
On what bus?
Mr. Lump, please sit down. You're a disgrace to this gathering. Besides, you're not on the list of speakers.
Oh, so what? I got something very important to say, I have. Very important. It's got to get to these people tonight.
What is it?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Well, Do you have an announcement or
Yes,
not?
I have. I've got it written right here on this tablecloth.
Oh, don't pull that tablecloth. You'll smash all the dishes.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will.
I hate to admit it, but the old dame's right.
Give me that microphone.
Oh, don't strain your choker. I gotta tell these folks something. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Due to the fact that Monday comes on Tuesday this Wednesday, our regular Thursday meeting will be held on Friday this Saturday because Sunday's a holiday. I thank you.
That was a pretty stupid speech, Willie.
Yeah, the old girl got sore, and she said she was going to have me thrown out, and I said, you lay a hand on me, and there's going to be trouble. I'll throw you out the window, because you don't look right to me. You just don't look right, I said. I've seen a lot of people in my day, but you just don't look right. I said, you lay a hand on me, and I'll throw you out the window.
Well, did you? Did you?
Case comes up Tuesday.
Chapter 2 of Public Speakers is about a windbag politician by the name of Honest San Fernando Red.
Your attention, please, folks. Now I'd like to present to you a man who needs no introduction.
I do, too.
A man you all know as Honest San Fernando Red.
My friends, and you all my friends. Now say you're my friends because I believe. Yes, I believe. I believe that old man Mo is dead. Tonight, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you honest citizens for voting no on Proposition Yes. And for re-electing me to office. This is not the first time I've served you. I have served 2 terms before. 3 counting the one at Leavenworth. But I want you to know that you can trust me. Some of my opponents have said that the only reason that I wanted this office was because of the salary. This is not true. I hope I'm getting through to you. I'm not interested in money. It's the graft that counts. First, I want you to know that my campaign promises have been carried out. We're closing that burlesque show tomorrow night. Close it tonight, but I'm going there myself. As you all know, now pay attention because I never repeat myself. Never repeat myself. Let me repeat that. I never repeat myself. I know you listen to me because you put me in office. As you know, I'm for you. I think the same way as you do. A little more so. I hope I'm getting through to you. I'd like to talk now about taxes. I'm here to fight taxes. I hate taxes. Not Texas, taxes. I do not believe in paying taxes. I feel the same way about taxes as I do about my mother-in-law, old Stoneface. I do not believe in paying taxes, and I've got a prison record to prove it. Well, I see it's getting a little late and our time's just about up. But we have a very important meeting to attend, me and 2 of my colleagues. My parole board hates to be kept waiting. Good night.
And now the Smith twins will sing 2-2 Two-Step.
two-step. That's the latest thing. Do-si-do and bowing don't have that kind of swing. Waltzing with your honey may bring a touch of spring, but two-step makes you wanna sing. Two-step around the barroom floor. Two-step, let's spin and turn once more. Two-step makes you feel so bright. You'll just want to two-step till the morning's light. Oh, we don't wanna waltz or tango or rumba. It's our favorite dancing number. Two-step, step at 1 and 2. Two-step, here's what you have to do. Get yourself a little honey bunny, one that loves you true. And the beating and the rhythm of two hearts will dance along with you as you two-step around the barroom floor. Two-step till you can't step no more. Then you get a step in a corner, another step or two. And two-step makes one step 2 by 2. Makes 1 and 2. Makes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 step.
And now let's hear the latest hint for homemakers from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Hello there. This one's for folks who like homemade donuts. When you're frying donuts, keep a pan of boiling water handy, and as you take them out of the deep fat, dip each one quickly in the hot water. Your donuts will never be greasy. By the way, the deep well cooker in the new Norge electric range is perfect for deep fat cooking. You can keep the fat at just the right temperature because it has the same 7-speed control as the surface units, the easy-to-read teleswitch.
That Norge Deep Well cooker does everything from stewing to sterilizing. And you can use the element as an extra surface unit. It lifts right up. Another feature we think is pretty special is the big Norge blended heat oven. Things brown evenly no matter where you place them, and it actually bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. See the new Norge automatic electric range, the one that cooks by remote control 4 ways. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. Chapter 3 on public speeches is about a mother who has to scold her little boy in public. She made the mistake of trying to go shopping with Junior, the mean little kid.
Junior? Oh, Junior, where are you? You don't watch him every second he disappears. Oh, why did I ever bring him to the department store with me?
Could I help you, madam? I'm the store detective.
Please, I've lost my little boy.
Where should we start looking for him?
Well, let's go down this aisle, where all the people are rubbing their shins. He'll be around here someplace.
Look, the elevator's just coming down. Let's ride up to the Lost and Found department and see if they know anything about it.
It's a clock! Boy, I never had so much fun with a hat pin in all me life.
I got him, lady.
Here, let go of me.
Hurry up and rescue me.
I'll get this hat pin.
Little boy,
in a couple of minutes.
don't you know it's dangerous to carry a hat pin around?
Yeah, everybody on that elevator found out, boy. They got the point all right.
Give me that hat pin.
Be glad to oblige.
Oh, you stuck me.
Well, go ahead and deflate, balloon boy. Poke a hole in him with the air won't come out, balloon boy.
Why do you call me Balloon Boy?
I call you the way I see you.
Now, that's enough. Thank you, officer, for helping me.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Oh, okay.
I just hope I'm on the jury when they nab him for robbing his first bank.
Oh, look. They're having a sale on fall dresses.
Well, wait for me. Wait for she's gone. Fall dresses. See, it must be one of those dresses without shoulder straps on it. Fall dresses. You know them strapless dresses? You know what holds them up? A city ordinance. Oh, well, here I is, all alone. I wonder if these people realize how close they are to disaster. Oh, boy. Now, what could I do to keep myself out of mischief while me mummy's shopping? Now, I could get some matches and hold them under them little nozzles on the ceiling and start a rainstorm. Ah, no. People would go wading. That's a pretty dull idea, nohow. What can I do with me little self? Oh, there's a notion counter. I think I'll go over. Maybe I can get a notion. Oh, the toy department. Let's see. I'll just stop here for a second. Oh, look at that little rubber ball. Just what I need. I think I'll take it home and try it out. Take it home and try it out. If I decide I want it, I'll come back and open a charge account. That's my own version of the layaway plan, you see.
Junior!
Uh-oh. Better hide the ball. Here comes old Warden.
Come on, dear, let's go. Just a second.
What's the matter?
What have you got under your coat?
Why, I haven't looked lately. Well, I'll bet it's me. Come on, kid. Let's take it on the lam, huh? We don't want to get caught in a dragnet.
Now, let me see. Oh, it's a ball.
A ball? Well, how did you suppose that got there?
Junior, where did you get that ball?
Never mind. Let's get going, kid. Come on, let's get going. Let's get out of here. I'm loaded down with some hot goods. Let's get going.
Junior! Now, come back here.
No.
Now, I want to know, where did you get this ball?
Well, why don't you yell a little louder? Maybe there's someone in this store hasn't heard about it yet. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, the nerve. Now, you march right over and put it back.
No, don't make me put it back. It's got me fingerprints on it. If you catch me, it's up the river, and I can't swim. I don't want to go up there with Pops.
I don't know what to do with you.
You should be thankful. I might have been twins.
I wish you were twins.
Huh?
I'd pick one of you up and knock the other one down with you. Now, you put that ball back.
No, please don't take it away from me. I always wanted a little boy like that. Please don't take it away from me. I want a ball.
Well, go ahead and ball.
No.
Put it back.
No.
Get up off the floor and stop tearing your hair out.
No, I'll hold my breath till I die.
Junior, stop that.
Madam, I'm the floor walker. What seems to be the trouble with this little purple-faced boy?
He's holding his breath because I won't buy him that ball.
Well, for heaven's sake, buy him one before he pops and litters up the ceiling.
No, I'm not going to spoil him.
I will blow up.
But, madam, if this little child holds his breath too long, he might die.
I don't care. I want you to... Oh, no.
Now, what's the matter?
He scared me.
Now, don't cry.
I got it.
Oh, here, poor little baby.
No, poor little baby. No. I never get not
Here, now, how much is the ball?
How much is the ball? I knew I'd get it. Boy, that huffity-muffity-guff gets him every time. Just a little dramatic once in a while.
The price of the ball is 50 cents.
Oh, well, then, here you are. Here, Junior, here's a nice, beautiful red ball.
I don't want it. What are you trying to do, spoil me?
That's Duffy. Now you're going to get it.
Oh, no. Stop it. Why does I always end up with me end up?
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Make it a point to stop in soon at your Norge dealers and take a look at the new Norge 4-way automatic electric range. The range that cooks fast. The range that cooks automatically by remote control. The range that gives your new conveniences real dependability, lower operating costs, all at a sensible price. Yes, see your Norge dealer right away. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting corn in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pocket because he heard him say he was going to meet a young chicken, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello, what's going on there? What's the idea of bringing that dog in here? Where'd you get him?
Huh?
I say, where'd you get that dog? Why bring him in here?
Oh, I found him, Abbott.
Costello, do you realize we're running a first-class pet shop now? Get that dog out of here.
Oh, no, Abbott, I'm going to keep this dog. He's a genuine airplane dog.
An airplane dog?
Yeah, just look at his tail spin.
Stop. Costello, where'd you get that broken-down flea hound?
Abbott, how do you call this little dog a flea hound? He just took first prize at the cat show.
Now, wait a minute. How could he take first prize at the cat show?
He took the cat.
Costello, you take that dog right out of here now. Remember that. We don't want any mongrels in here with our other animals.
Abbott, don't make me chase this little dog away. He's taking the place of my other dog that died. His name was Corset.
Corset?
Mm-hmm.
Corset? How did you happen to name the dog Corset?
Because we tied him up in the daytime and we let him out at night.
I remember that dog you had, Costello. He was a dachshund.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, one of those long dogs.
How did he happen to die?
It's a sad tale, Abbott.
What do you mean?
He met his end going around a tree.
Going around... Well, I'd be ashamed to go anywhere with that mutt.
Oh, no, Abbott.
Oh, yes.
This dog has class. He goes everywhere. He was at the UNO conference. He likes to hang around the big tree.
Please talk sense. What's wrong with you? Now, stop this foolishness. Now, no more nonsense, Costello. Take it easy.
Hey, honest, Abbott, he's a very smart dog. I'll prove it to you. Susie, how much is 1 and 1? That's right, ain't it, Abbott?
You know.
Now, Susie, how much is 2 and 2? Come on, Susie. 2 and 2 is 5. Come on, Susie. That's better. Now, Susie, for the final test, tell Abbott what time it is. 6:45.
Right. Wait a minute, Costello. Come here. What kind of a dog is that?
Do you remember that famous dog, Strongheart?
Yes.
This is his brother, Weak Stomach. And furthermore, Abbott, this is the kindest dog in the whole world. Notice how he's got his tail curled up?
What's he doing that for?
He lets the fleas loop the loop.
Look, Costello, don't bring any more broken-down animals, please. Are you listening to me? I don't want you to bring any more broken-down animals into this pet shop. Now, get busy around here. Now. Oh, answer that phone.
Abbott Costello's pet shop.
Mr. Costello, do you have a greyhound?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you get on it and get out of town?
You know, that was a peachy joke. I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you have a greyhound?
No, but I have a setter.
You'll never get out of town that way.
Oh, look, Lou, will you please stop this nonsense and get busy and clean up this pet shop before a customer comes in. By the way, what did you do with those newborn puppies?
Oh, I put them in a dog incubator.
You dope, we have no dog incubator.
What's that can in the backyard that says deposit litter here?
Yep.
That's a no one.
You dummy, those little puppies will catch cold in the backyard.
One of the puppies has a cold already.
Oh, then I want you to take that cold powder and put it in that long rubber tube. Place one in the tube in your mouth and one into the dog's mouth. You understand that?
Yeah.
And blow.
That's no good. I already tried it.
What happened?
The dog blew first.
Wait a minute. Hello, Abbott and Costello's pet shop. Who? Mrs. Pike? Yes, I'll send Costello over here. What kind of a dog have you? Oh, a Pekingese. Okay, Mrs. Pike. Costello, I want you to go over and get a peek at Mrs. Pike.
Get a peek at Mrs. Pike.
Pike? Yes.
Why can't I take a good look?
Listen, you dummy. I want you to go after Pike's Peak.
What do you think I am, a mountain goat?
You idiot. I want you to go to Mrs. Pike's house for a Pekingese.
Abbott, how dare you suggest such a thing? I might glance at her ankles, but I would never peek at her knees. Why don't you go? I gotta finish washing this dog.
What dog?
You know, that little white dog, that one that...
Spitz?
No, but he drools a little.
Never mind that, Costello. Now, I have to come back from Mrs. Pike's. I want you to take care of Mrs. Murphy's chow.
Her what?
Her chow. How was Mrs. Murphy's chow?
I don't know. I never ate at her house.
No, Costello, you're thinking of the chow you chew.
A what?
You chew.
Gesundheit. Hey, you catch a call, Abbott. I better get that tube and put it in your mouth.
Oh, why did I ever go into business with you? You haven't done a thing in this pet shop since the day we opened it.
Oh, no? This morning I put a cage in the front window, and it's attracting more customers than anything you've done around the place.
You put a cage in the front window? What's in it?
What's in it? Come here, I'll show you. Go look at that. Listen.
I love you.
Ouch!
I love you. Ouch! I love you.
Ouch!
I love you. Ouch!
What in the world is that?
2 porcupines necking.
The United States is a big country, and it was a big job to survey the cigarette preferences of doctors from border to border and coast to coast. But recently, 3 leading independent research organizations tackled the job and did it. To 113,000 doctors, they put the query, which cigarette do you smoke? Figures were checked and rechecked, and the brand most named was Camel's. Now, this hardly comes as a rousing surprise to a Camel smoker. He figures that doctors would enjoy the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel's costlier tobaccos just as much as he does. But if you yourself aren't smoking Camels now, try them on your own T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground of a cigarette. Find out how Camel's superb blend of costlier tobaccos registers with your T-zone.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And here's Carl Hoff and the Camel Orchestra with Come to Baby Do.
Quiet, Rover. Quiet, Fido. Costello, come here. Get busy now and take inventory of our animals here in the pet shop.
Okay, I'll count them. 4 dogs. 3 cats. Rabbits.
Costello, you didn't count that little rabbit in the corner.
He wasn't there when I started counting.
Oh, yes.
Blood! Blood! I must have blood! Skeleton blood! I got our blood!
Are you kidding? Who are you?
Oh, just an old bloodhound.
Hello! Abbott Costello Pet Shop.
Do you have a giraffe in your pet shop?
Yes, we have.
Well, send it right over. I'm in the mood for a long neck.
That settles it, Abbott. I'm going home.
What are you going home for?
To get a laugh. I haven't had one in 2 lines. For 2 pages.
Will you stop this, Costello, and wait on that man that just came in?
Yes, sir. Okay. How do you do? What can I do for you?
Say, buddy, I'd like to buy a canary. A canary. A canary.
A canary?
No, a parrot.
You know, I think you're giving me the bird.
Now, look, I want to buy a parrot that talks and talks and talks for 24 hours a day. And when he gets tired of talking, I want him to scream at the top of his voice and call me all the names you can think of.
What do you want with a parrot like that?
Well, my wife's gone away, and I'm lonesome. Well, we'll deliver the parrot in the morning. Now, can we call you a taxi?
Oh, no thanks, buddy. I'll ride my pink elephant home. I'll run and jump on his back. Here I go. Miss him every time.
Oh, forget him. Get busy, Costello. Costello, do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What are you standing there looking in that cage for?
Gee, this is cute, Abbott.
What do you mean?
4 little skunks are playing bridge.
4 little skunks are playing bridge?
Yeah, they're playing for 1/10 of a cent.
Hey, Costello, look who's coming in the door.
Why, it's Bessie May Mucho. Hello, Bessie.
Hello, boys. I came in to buy a young wire-haired doogie.
A young wire-haired doogie?
Oh, Abbott, you know what a doogie is. That's a young poopy. A puppy.
I'd like to get a playmate for the little doogie. Would you suggest a Siamese court?
No, doogies don't like courts. Why don't you get a guinea poo or some little white meese?
I'll send my bootler over for the doogie in a toxie cove.
Don't bother, Miss Mucho. I'll bring it over myself on the soon-set booze.
Oh, thank you very much, and a buenas noches to you.
And a pair of old snowshoes to you, too.
I'm sorry I ran into you, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Lossie. The pleasure was all mine.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Get out of here. Come on, get up.
Well, if it isn't our friend Scotty Brown, what can we do for you, Scotty?
Did you come in to buy a dog?
I used to have a dog, but dogs are such a sneaky lot. What do you mean dogs are sneaky? Well, my neighbor used to throw meat over the fence for the dog, and that darn dog would beat me to it every time. Well, I got to be getting home to my wife. I got a box here for a nice box of fresh marshmallows. Scotty, I can't imagine you buying marshmallows for your wife. Oh, it's the thriftiest candy I can buy. Before my wife eats the marshmallows, she powders her nose with them first. Well, good day, love. Oh, Costello, catch that cat and put him in a cage. What is he doing running all over the store to the other cats?
Nothing, Abbott. I just sold him. He's going around breaking his engagements.
Hurry up. Costello. Here comes Mrs. Niles.
Oh.
Hello, Mrs. Niles.
Oh, Mr. Abbott. Ma, you have such a lovely pet shop here. But I just can't help laughing at the stuffed baboon in the front window. Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
Hello, Mrs. Niles. I see you have company with you. Who are those 2 people looking over your shoulder? Pardon me, that's your ears.
Quiet, Costello. What can we do for you, Mrs. Niles?
Well, I'm going away for the weekend, and I want to leave my little dog to board with you while I'm away. Come here, Tallulah, and say hello to the boys.
What kind of a dog is that, Mrs. Niles?
She's a Doberman Pinscher.
A Doberman what?
Pincher.
Oh!
What are you doing?
You told me to pinch her.
Will you behave yourself? Mrs. Niles, this dog doesn't look like a full-blooded Doberman.
Well, I paid $1,000 for the dog. She's part Doberman and part bull.
What part is bull?
The part about the 1,000. Wow! That's a good joke if it comes out.
Mr. Abbott.
Wait a minute. Go back and do it over. What part is bull? The part about the $1,000. Continue.
Quiet, Costello. Mr. Abbott, I'm leaving this dog with you, and I'm going to hold you personally responsible for her. If anything happens to Tallulah, I'll come back here with the police and close up this place. This dog is just like my own little baby. Aren't you, darling?
Yes, Mother.
From time to time on this program, salutes have been offered to the great men of medicine, the doctors who have done so much in the service of mankind. Tonight is not a man of medicine we salute, but a woman, the first woman in America to receive the proud degree M.D. Her name, Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, who bravely battled the prejudices and rock-bound tradition against women as doctors in the 19th century. So, to Dr. Blackwell, and to the women doctors who followed her, including the 7,250 practicing in the United States today, this respectful salute. The makers of Camels take an understandable pride in the standing of this cigarette in the medical profession. When the query, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" was extended to 113,000 doctors, both men and women, by 3 leading independent research organizations, the brand most named was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Tonight, Camel's lovely Amy Arnell brings you the popular favorite,
You won't be satisfied until you break my heart. You're never satisfied until the teardrops start. I tried to shower you with love and kisses, but all I ever get from you is nagging and bragging. My poor heart is sagging the way you toss my heart around, a crying shame. I'll bet you wouldn't like it if I did the same. You're only happy tearing all my dreams apart. You won't be satisfied until you break my heart. I tried to shower you with love and kisses, but all I ever get from you is nagging and bragging. My poor heart is sagging the way you toss my heart around, a crying shame. I'll bet you wouldn't like it if I did the same. You're only happy tearing all my dreams apart. You won't be satisfied. Your love won't be denied. You won't be satisfied until you break my heart.
Chick, cha-la, chicory.
Costello, what are you doing?
I'm trying to sing Mrs. Niles' dog to sleep. Now go to sleep, Tallulah. Chicory, chick, cha-la, cha-la. Oh! Hey, yeah, but that darn dog bit me.
Where did he bite you?
Between a chicory chick and a cha-la, cha-la.
Costello, you don't know how to handle dogs. You have to teach the dog by imitation.
What do you mean, imitation?
Well, if you want the dog to sit up, you sit up first and show him how it's done.
Oh, I did that. I showed the dog how to sit up.
And what happened?
The dog patted me on the head and stuck a dog biscuit in my mouth.
Put that dog out in the kennel in the backyard.
No, Abbott, no. She nearly froze out there last night.
Now, don't be silly. It wasn't cold last night.
Oh, no? Well, at midnight, she came in and put on a suit of my long underwear.
You idiot. How could a dog wear a suit of your long underwear?
She found out how to work those hinges.
Hey, look, Costello. It's Mrs. Niles' French maid, Fifi LeBlanc.
Oh, hello, Monsieur Abbott, and you cute little man, Monsieur Costello.
Fifi, come here and kiss your poor old father.
Why do you always pretend you love me, Monsieur Costello? You never give me anything.
Gee, I wouldn't know what to give you. You have so much of everything. And besides, didn't I take you to Ciro's last night?
Yes, but why didn't you take me inside?
Now, look. Listen, you two, we have work to do around here. Is there anything we can do for you, Fifi?
Oh, yes. I have a message from Mrs. Niles. She forgot to get a license for her dog, Tallulah.
Well, we'll take care of it right away. Costello, take Mrs. Niles' dog down to City Hall and get a license.
Fifi, will you drive me down to the City Hall?
Costello, you have your own car. Why do you want to ride with Fifi?
Don't mind him, folks. He still believes in the Easter Bunny.
Costello, get out of here and get that dog license.
Okay.
Hello, Mary's License Bureau.
Oh, hello, Mother. Yes, I'll be home for dinner early tonight. No, there aren't many people coming in for the marriage licenses today. I guess all the girls are waiting to become June brides. Oh, I have to hang up, Mother. A young man just came in the door. Goodbye. Good afternoon.
Is this the place where you get a license?
Yes, it is. Where is the lucky little girl?
Oh, she's out in the hall. She's sniffing around.
Well, a lot of them don't like the smell of the place. It's a pretty old building. Now, what are your names?
My name is Lou Costello, and her name is Tallulah.
I'll bet she's happy that you're getting the license.
Uh-huh. She licked my hand.
Licked your hand?
Yeah, then she leaned down and drooled on my shoe.
She certainly must love you. What does she look like?
She's a sort of chocolate brown.
Chocolate brown?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I suppose she spends a lot of time in the sun. Tell me more about her. Is she the dainty type?
Not exactly. Her ears are too long. They hang down in her food when she's eating.
You're kidding now.
Oh, no. We have to pin her ears on top of her head with a clothespin.
Well, as long as you love her, I do hope there'll be some little ones.
Yeah, and if there is, I'm going to keep all the males.
What?
I'm going to keep all the males.
What about the females?
I'll give them to the neighbors.
Well, I suppose it's people's own business what they do. Now, for the final question, how old are you?
I'm 28.
How old is Tallulah?
I think she's about 6 or 7.
Mr. Costello, are you a hillbilly? I'm sorry, she's much too young. Now, you'll have to bring her father and mother in.
I can't do that. Her mother ran away with a boxer, and the last we heard of her father, he was hanging around the back door of the backstage bar eating out of the garbage cans.
Doesn't she have any other relatives in town?
Yeah, she had 9 pups last month.
Oh! Oh!
What was wrong with her?
Costello, I'm glad you're back. Mrs. Niles is here and wants her dog.
Yes, Costello, where is Tallulah?
A terrible thing happened. I left the dog outside the license bureau, and when I come out, she was gone.
Gone?
Yes.
Why, you little idiot. I'll sue you for this.
Just a minute, Mrs. Niles. I'll get you another dog. I'll get you a bird dog.
Oh, what do I want with a bird dog? I have no bird.
Well, then I'll get you a sled dog.
I have no sled.
I'll get you a bloodhound. Try and get out of that one.
Listen to me, Costello. If you don't find my dog by midnight tonight, I'll have you sent to Alcatraz. Remember? Have my dog Tallulah back at my house tonight, or else.
Gee, Abbott, I can't walk any further. We've searched every street in this town, and here we are now way out in the country. We'll never find that dog in the dark.
Yes, we will. Just stick close to me. Costello, that sounded like a wolf.
It can't be a wolf. We're too far from Hollywood and Vine.
Hey, look, Costello. Here are dog tracks. They lead down this path to the old deserted house in the trees.
I'm not going to that house, Abbott. Everybody says that house is haunted.
Now, don't start that stuff, Costello. I told you before that a ghost is nothing but a myth.
A myth?
Yes, you know what a myth is, don't you?
Yeah. A myth is an unmarried girl.
Oh. Will you talk sense? Knock on the door.
Wait a minute. There's a sign on the door.
What does it say?
It says, Dear Milkman, leave 2 quarts of blood. Abbott, let's get out of this place.
Here, I'll open the door. Come on, let's go in. Gee, it's dark in here.
What's that noise, Abbott?
Oh, that's nothing but an old clock ticking. Sure, that's all it is. Just an old clock. What was that?
11:30?
Oh. Oh, that was just a screech owl someplace. Call the dog, Costello. Call the dog.
Oh, Tallulah! Oh, Tallulah! Abbott, somebody just called back to me.
Oh, that was your echo, you dummy. Try it again, you'll see.
Oh, Tallulah! Oh, Tallulah!
See, Costello, try it again.
Come here, doggy. Come here, doggy. This is your friend, Louie. Very glad to know you. That's all I want to know, Abbott. I'll see you later.
Come back here, Costello. That was Tallulah barking. The barking came from that closet. I'll open the door, and you catch the dog when she comes out. Go ahead.
Watch what you're grabbing, please.
10 miles. What are you doing in this deserted house?
Yes, wait a minute. And you've got your wife's dog with you. What's behind all this, Ken? Speak up. What are you up to?
Oh, all right. I'll tell the truth.
Come on, tell the truth.
I gotta tell somebody.
Come on, tell us.
You see, my wife is a vegetarian. Every day in our house is a meatless day. She never gives me anything but spinach, broccoli, cauliflower, string beans, and parsley.
Oh, this guy's a regular victory garden with suspenders.
And finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. The vegetables were driving me crazy. At last, my mind snapped.
Oh, come on. Get to the point, Niles. Why did you bring the dog to this deserted house?
I didn't bring her here. She followed me.
That's silly, Niles. Why should the dog follow you?
I stole her bone. We'll be back to Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the men of the 89th Middle West Division, heroes of Bingen, Eisenbach, and Central Germany, who overran scores of Nazi cities and captured more than 20,000 prisoners. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to U.S. Army AAF Regional and Convalescent Hospital, Fort George Wright, Spokane, U.S. Naval Hospital, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, U.S. Marine Hospital, Galveston, Texas, Veterans Hospital, St. Cloud, Minnesota, and Veterans Hospital, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in your honor, men of the Middle West Division.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Well, Costello, you finally solved the case of the missing dog.
Abbott, that was nothing. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, if you will wait until after the program, I'll tell you about how I helped J. Edgar Hoover capture a ring of spies.
No, not that. Anything but that. Oh, he's the biggest liar in the world in the area.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look, Lou. Costello, it's your old friend Mullenhead, sitting in the audience.
How do you like that? I thought the moon was coming up.
You're going to be smart. Costello, why do you insist upon trying to make people think, give them the impression that you're smart and intelligent? You couldn't even give me the answer to the most elementary riddle. I'll try you. What's the difference between a girl, a soldier, and a water pistol?
I don't know.
You don't know. All right. A soldier faces the powder, and a girl powders her face.
What's the water pistol for?
That's for a little squirt like you.
Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, Debbie.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels at your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Year after year, of all pipe tobaccos in the world, more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other. For Prince Albert is choice tobacco, crimp cut and especially treated for the removal of tongue bite. Try Prince Albert, the national joy smoke in your pipe. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new singer. He's got a voice that's romantic as moonlight on the mountains, warm as southern hospitality. And the way Red Foley sings our great American folk songs makes mighty fine listening. Remember Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Millions of men, women, and children in Europe and Asia today face starvation. You can help by eliminating all waste of foods in your home, by turning in all of your used fats, and by producing and preserving all food possible through home gardening and canning. Share a meal, save a life. Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for another Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay around now for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, this is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading symphony orchestras. We'll touch on other topics, too, and we'll begin the evening by visiting Hollywood for Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is room. R-O-O-M.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
Say, that a new record? Yeah, here, I'll play it again for you. Let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Interesting. What's on the flip side? Here, I'll put it on.
Yes, let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Mrs. Grass's vegetable noodle soup, for instance. What a soup mix. You get all the hearty richness of sun-ripened garden vegetables in Mrs. Grass's vegetable noodle soup. Mrs. Grass blends them all with sunny tomato flavor, and then she adds her famous buttery tender egg noodles. Mrs. Grass does all the hard kitchen work. You just put some water on to boil, open that yellow box, and in minutes you can serve delicious vegetable noodle soup. You just
let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. What's the name of that record?
It's called Music to Make Soup By.
Well, Groucho, you remember last week we ran out of time when you were talking to our last couple, and they agreed to come back tonight. Well, they're here, and just to bring us up to date, they were both single, although the young man did go on record as saying that he was engaged to be married. And, of course, you remember the young lady, an airline hostess for the German airline Lufthansa. So here they are again, Margot Rode and K.W. Shelby. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome again to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you win an extra $100. Margot, it's nice to see you again. We'll talk to you in a minute. When we were interrupted last week, your partner here, Mr. Shelby, was in the middle of some kind of a cock and bull story about a water heater, a boiler blowing up or something. Blew him all the way to California, you said. What happened after you blew into town? Anything exciting?
I guess about the most exciting thing that happened was that I won a limerick contest.
Oh, you're an intellectual, is that it? What was your prize-winning limerick? Do you remember, or are you lucky enough to have forgotten it?
Yes, I think I remember.
You remember? What was it? Could you recite it for us?
Yes.
She's never heard any of the great American poets.
I doubt if she will now.
Why don't we let her decide that?
Well, that's not...
You may be crazy. You like poetry? Schiller and Goethe and all the...
Now, let's see what he has to say.
Yes, that's what I
like
say.
That,
Yeah. You can keep your nose out of this. I can talk to him without you butting in, you know. What was the lyric? Let's hear it.
Well, it went like this.
You blowhard, you.
On an island with nothing else but a coconut tree and a hut, two men and a dame played the triangle game till alas the swains met with rebut.
That's not bad at all. And you wrote this yourself?
Part of it.
Part of it? You mean this was a collaboration? Give us the last line again. That intrigues me. Huh?
Till alas the swains met with rebut.
Till the last of the swains met with rebut. Now, that's just like Heinrich Heine, isn't it?
Almost, yes.
You like that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, do you know?
I don't know.
No. The rest of it is pretty bad, but that last line is terrible. How did you allow that to sneak in there, that last line?
That was the only line I wrote.
And that was the winner? You can imagine what the losers must have written. Well, what did you win for writing this epic? A revolver with only one bullet?
No, I won an island in the South Seas.
Who owned the island before you won it?
It was a British possession.
I knew the British Empire was breaking up, but I didn't think they were giving away pieces of it as prizes in a limerick contest. That is really a shrinking empire there. What kind of an island was this? Was it romantic?
Yes, it was romantic. The tropical moon and swaying palms and a nice coral beach and blue clear waters.
Margot, before you marry him for his island paradise, do you have any questions you'd like to ask him about the island?
Well, yes. How big is it?
That's a very good question. Who cares about the tropical moon, the sleepy lagoon? What she wants to know is, does it have any income property on it? Well, Shelby, how big is it?
Well, at low tide it's 35 acres, and at high tide it's 5 acres.
Well, Shelby, my advice to you is, the next time it's low, get out. Margot, let's get back to you, and none too soon. Do you have any boyfriends?
Oh, yes. Well, they are all over the world, actually.
Well, that's a very pleasant arrangement. Well, tell us about your job, Margot. For example, what kind of food do you serve on the air? Sauerkraut and knackwurst?
Sure. But apart from that, we also serve caviar and lobster and goose liver pate and...
Goose liver pate. And two on an island. Champagne?
3 kinds of red wine and 3 kinds of white wine and 4 kinds of beer. Anything you want.
And you pour this into your passengers while they're up in the air?
Yes.
I have only one question to ask you. How do you ever get them down again? Are you interested in matrimony, Margot?
No.
You wouldn't want to get married at all? Ever?
Well, yes.
What kind of a man would you like to marry, Margot?
Well, I guess, first of all, he's got to be handsome, you know.
Well, I'd hardly say that Shelby was an Adonis, but you said he isn't a dog. Would you be willing to marry Shelby?
Well, Grocer, I don't think I stand a chance. I think he's engaged, isn't he?
So what? Slipping 3 kinds of white wines, 3 kinds of red wine, and 4 kinds of beer? You take off for Germany without even going to the airport.
That's something.
Well, I'm sorry I couldn't get you two really interested in each other, but apparently Shelby is a loyal lover, and you have other plans besides. But that's life. However, you're going to be partners at making some money, and that also can be important. Now, you understand this game? There are 3 kinds of questions, 100, 200, and 300.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these are the hardest, these are medium, these are the easiest.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can pick what you want. If you win up to $500, you get a chance at the big question. If you don't, you just keep what you earn.
I might add you could get 4...
You keep out of this, will you?
No, you get 4 questions.
You selected World Capitals. You understand anything about it? You ought to be flying around all the time. All right, you pick the first one, Margot.
$200 one?
$200. Oh, you're going to be ashamed to take it. What's the capital of West Germany? I could make it tougher by asking her who was buried in Grant's tomb. Who's buried in Grant's tomb?
Who?
What's the capital, the western capital of the capital of West Germany?
Well, it's Bonn right now.
That's right. I had a bun on the other night. All right.
You have $200, 300 more, and you'll get a chance at the $10,000 at the end of the show. You have 3 more chances.
Go ahead. Your turn.
Oh, a $300 one.
What's the capital of Liberia?
Monrovia.
Monrovia is right. We have one here in California.
And you now have $500, which means you're eligible, but this is on the house. Go ahead and take 2 more. And this is a $300 question.
That's right.
What's the capital of Burma?
Rangoon.
Rangoon is right.
You now have $800.
Wait a minute. I thought that was a coat, a Rangoon coat. I used to wear one of those right after the market crashed. I mean, the first time.
You have another question.
You get another chance. How much have they got now?
800.
Oh, boy.
Go all out.
Yeah, you're in now. You're in for the $10,000.
Say, you win any more money here, you may switch and marry her. Don't you like her?
Oh, I think she's very attractive. But like I said before, I'm engaged.
You wouldn't even marry me for the money, you see.
What is the capital of Ecuador?
This is 300 again.
Quito.
Quito is right.
And you wind up with $1,100.
Congratulations, kid, and it was lovely
Thank you,
having you
Groucho.
up here.
It's been fun.
You're a credit to Liberia, and you too.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
It's a Rambler year. Rambler is here. The new standard of basic excellence. Rambler for 60 is thanking you with the best of both for you. Get big car comfort and room plus speed for car economy and handling ease. It's a Rambler year. Rambler is here.
Now, from the world's largest builder of compact cars comes the new Rambler for 1960. With brilliant new styling, outstanding performance, and top economy. See the lowest priced American-built two-door sedan, $1,795 at factory. See new station wagons with 3 wide seats and the tailgate that's a 5th door. Go to your Rambler dealers today and see
the new standard of basic excellence. Rambler for 60, that brand new car that tells the world how smart you are.
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Jack Hansen and Joy Newfield.
What do you mean you'd like me to meet him? I don't have any choice in the matter.
No, you don't, so come out and meet him, folks.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Let's see. Jack Hansen and Joy Newfield, eh? Is that right?
That's right.
We could use more of both of you around here, Joy and Jack. Are you married? You two? Huh?
No.
Are you married, Joy?
Yes, I am.
You
I've
are?
been married for 22 years, Groucho.
No kidding. You said you don't look it. You could have said you've been married 10 years, and I wouldn't have known the difference. How old are you, Jack?
26.
Where are you from?
San Francisco, Groucho.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Did you meet your wife in college?
No, I didn't, Groucho. I met her in high school.
You met her in high school?
That's right.
Is that why girls are going to high school now? To snag a husband?
Well, I didn't get married in high school, Groucho.
You mean you didn't get married during the classes?
No, it was much later than that.
Around 5 that afternoon? Well, what happened after that, Jack?
Well, after high school, I suppose you mean, I went to San Francisco State.
What is that, a penitentiary? I never heard of that.
No, as a matter of
fact. Is it something like Alcatraz?
Well, sometimes we feel that way, but actually it's a very famous college. In fact, George Fenneman went there.
Who? George Fenneman? Well, then I was right, huh? They'd never take him in a regular college. Joey, what does your husband do?
He's a Connecticut tobacco grower and packer.
I thought tobacco came from the South, isn't that right?
Yes, but it's grown in Connecticut, too. The finest cigar tobacco is grown in Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fine-looking cigar you have there. It must have come from Connecticut.
No, this fine cigar I'm smoking came from the window of a Mack truck on the freeway. I don't usually get them this long. Joy, you are indeed a rarity. Apparently you encourage your husband to smoke cigars?
Oh, yes, because real he-man smokes a cigar.
Yes, they do. This is my only identification with that. Well, you're a nice, bright young couple, and it's been fun talking to you two. Let's see how much you two can win in the quiz. George, suppose you tell them how to play this, huh?
The box is divided into $100, $200, and $300 questions. Of course, the $100 ones are fairly simple. The $200 ones are more difficult, and the $300 ones are pretty tough. Now, you get 4 questions. You get to keep all the money you win, and the object of the game is to earn at least $500, because if you do, you can come back at the end of the show and try for $10,000.
Okay, you understand it?
Right.
So now, you selected for your quiz science and medicine. Joy, suppose you pick the first one.
I did.
And this is a $300 question.
That's right.
What is the instrument used to measure the densities or specific gravity of liquids?
I think it's a hydrometer.
Hydrometer?
Hydrometer is right, yes.
And you now have $300. Three more choices.
You get three more chances. You string with a winner.
Oh, you're going to stick with 300.
What metal has the highest melting point?
Melting point?
Melting
the
point.
highest melting point.
Yes, it's melting point. It's up near Malibu.
That's iron. Iron, I think.
No, it's tungsten. Well,
You don't lose any money. You still have your $300. You have two more chances. This time, $200. This will give you a chance at the big money.
For $200, what is the name of the science that studies heredity?
Genetics.
Genetics is right.
You now have $500. One more question. This is 300 again.
300. It'll give you 8 if you win. And it'll give you ulcers if you lose. No, I hope not. Well, what is the chemical name for ordinary chalk?
I know that. It's not graphite.
It's calcium carbonate. Well,
You
you
won $500, which of course earns you a chance to come back and try for $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000 at the end of the show.
But you don't have to.
We'll see if both our couples can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
Make your dollars correct with Rambler for 1960. The Rambler dollar is a bigger dollar, a big, 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 bigger dollar. Make your dollars correct. Go Rambler for 1960. You'll get a lot more power for your dollar. The Rambler dollar is a big, big, bigger dollar.
Rambler for 1960 is here at Rambler Dealers. Rambler, the new standard of basic excellence. Now with brilliant new styling and big car comfort and room, small car economy and handling. Go to your Rambler dealers. See the stunning new Ramblers from the world's largest builder of compact cars. See the lowest priced American-built car, only $1,795 at factory.
The Rambler dollar is a big, big, bigger dollar.
Well, we have two couples entitled to try for the big money tonight, Groucho. First, here is K.W. Shelby and Margot Rode.
This year, everybody who wins at least 500 in the quiz gets a chance at the wheel. And if you miss the big question, you still get to keep everything you've learned so far. Clear? Now, you take two numbers, anything from 1 to 10. Now, you pick a number.
8.
8, then that'll be for $10,000. Now, you pick a number.
Number 3.
That's for $5,000. If neither number comes up and you answer the question, you get $2,000. One of you turn the wheel. Had to come from Germany yet, huh? All right, here it is for $10,000. The 1959 Pulitzer Prize play was J.B. For $10,000, tell me who wrote it. What's the answer you two have decided upon? Time's up, kids. Time's up. Well, it's Archibald MacLeish, leading American poet, former head of the Library of Congress. So it's too bad you missed the big money, but you won $1,100, and that you can keep. So congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
Groucho, here are Jack Hansen and Joy Newfield, who had a try at the $10,000.
Now, you pick a number from 1 to 10.
1.
1. Then that'll be for $10,000. Now you pick a number.
7.
That's for $5,000. If any other number comes up, the question is whether it's your total for the night. Okay? One of you spin the wheel. Well, you picked 1 and 7, and it came up 3, so this question is worth $2,000. The Crusades of the Middle Ages were aimed at the recovery of the Holy Land from Islam. For $2,000, can you tell me the name of the great Sultan who led the forces opposing Richard the Lionhearted and other Crusaders? What's the answer you said?
Saladin.
Saladin is right. Well, you two won $2,000, and they've won what before? How much before?
I've forgotten now.
Well, anyway, you won $2,000. Congratulations and thanks
Thank you very
to
much.
both of you, and you bet your life.
It was fun.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 7:30 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook comfortably settled for a quiet evening at home. Vic is seated at the library table playing solitaire, while his wife, occupying the hither corner of the Davenport, glances through the newspaper. And after a time, she says,
Who pays for this baboon?
Beg pardon?
Do we pay for this baboon?
What baboon, my dear?
Didn't you see what tonight's paper stated about him buying a new baboon for Miller Park?
Must have missed that.
A.D. Hoggle, custodian of the Miller Park Zoo, has announced the purchase of a new baboon. The animal, known as Lester, is 3 years old. Mr. Hoggle has arranged for, and so on and so forth. Is it us taxpayers that has to shell out spondulics for baboons? Nobody asked me if I wanted a baboon.
Me either.
I got 2 baboons out there already. Why do they have to have more? Seems to me 2 baboons is enough baboons. What do baboons cost?
Oh, $10,000.
No, but I bet they cost a good deal. What was it I read just the other day about wild animals? Something about their poor investment because they don't live very long.
Talk about your wild animals. Talk about your wild animals. Here's one now. Wild animal?
Aye. Alice Simmons hit Moto a while ago. What? Bluetooth Johnson ratchet sickle VP loony, but he said you could apple stone a grump. What? Okay.
You didn't stay long at Leland Richards. Who's got the say-so whether Miller Park Zoo buys baboons or not?
I don't know anything about it, say. I think they have what they call a park board of directors. These directors get together and vote on different proposals. Probably somebody heard about a good baboon for sale cheap and put it before the board of directors.
You know where my bank book is, ma'am? Oh, you talking, guy?
Not now.
What you want with your bank book?
Just interested in its whereabouts is all.
Well, I expect it's where it generally is.
Second pigeonhole in the writing desk part of the bookcase? Fine, fine. How are you people this evening?
Pretty much the same as when you saw us a half hour ago.
Uh-huh.
You didn't stay long at Leland.
No, I didn't. We chatted a while, and then I thought I'd better trot along home and get started on a new 3rd Lieutenant Stanley book Russell Duncan lent me. Yes, that's the way it goes. The way it goes. Hmm. Oh, by the way, Mom, the reason I
Bank
inquired...
book.
Beg pardon?
You're transparent as a horse rush. Come dashing in here yelling, where's my bank book, where's my bank book? And full of axle grease and peach butter till who laid the chunk. You think you fooled somebody?
I am completely in the dark.
I bet you are. All right, what new stunt you got up your sleeve? What do you want to spend money for now?
I merely inquired about the whereabouts of my bank book, so I'd be sure I could put my hands on it first thing in the morning.
Gonna buy a baboon, George?
I plan to make a wonderful investment.
Are you sure you want to waste your breath, Willie? We've been through this bank book business so many, many times before. So many, many times. Have you ever been allowed to draw a red dime out of the bank?
I might remind various individuals that the money is my money.
Uh-huh. Remind away.
And see where I get, huh?
And see where you get.
People forget that a common, ordinary American citizen has certain rights and privileges.
Go ahead and tell your story. What is it this trip? We'll have to listen sooner or later, so get started and have it over with. Is it like your father says, you want to buy a baboon?
I have the opportunity to purchase a lifetime pass for the Bijou Talking Picture Theater.
Really?
A pass which will entitle me to take in the show any time of the day or night I feel like taking in the show. A pass which my friends and relations can use. A lifetime pass. A pass that's good until the day I die.
Who owns this priceless document, Seed Corn?
Leland Richards.
Where'd you get it?
From his Uncle Hartley. His Uncle Hartley is an electrician and recently installed new wiring all through the Bijou. Mr. Milton Ferberman, the manager of the Bijou, given this lifetime pass as part payment for his work. Uncle Hartley give it to Leland. Leland is hard up for ready cash. He's willing to make a great sacrifice. He's willing to sell the lifetime pass.
How much?
$50.
Oh, my. I always thought monstrous big grown-up high school students were supposed to have a nickel's worth of common sense.
Mom, look a minute. $50 sounds like a lot. I know that. I grant you that. But think. Think just 1 second. I take in the Bijou Talking Picture Theater twice a week, regular as a clock. How much is that? Admission is $25 and 2 quarters is 50 cents. 50 cents a week I spend. All right, how many weeks in a year? 52. What's 52 times 50 cents? 52 times 50 cents?
You might as well save your breath, Willie, because you've got about as much chance drawing a big chunk of money out of that bank as you have a cent in your underwear to Detroit, Michigan Parcel Post.
People!
People is right. Goodness. Guess I'm as bad as my little boy. Sounded like one of them arguments Mr. Gumpuffs and the Brickmush man get into out in the alley by the garbage box.
Will you listen 9/10 of a second?
Do we have to listen?
I was under the impression civilization hadn't sunk so low a common, ordinary American citizen couldn't.
We'll listen. Get it off your chest. Of course, you appreciate right off the bat it's just so much good breath gone up the flue. Remind me tomorrow, Vic, to send our little boy downtown so he can draw $50 out of the bank in order to buy a ticket for the picture show.
Okay. I go to the Bijou twice a week. Costs 50 cents to do that. 52 weeks in a year. 52 times 50 cents is $26. Over half the lifetime pass paid for right there. In 2 years, I would ordinarily spend $52. I've checked and double-checked these figures, and they're absolutely correct. All right, after 2 years' time, the pass will have paid for itself, plus $2 profit. Jump down my collar if I'm wrong, Gov.
Okay.
Human beings have a life expectancy of 70 years.
70 years and 10.
Exactly. All right, then. I'm 14 years old. 14 from 70 is 56. Chances are I can continue taking in the picture show twice a week for the next 56 years. If I would ordinarily spend $26 a year going to the Bijou, in 56 years I would ordinarily spend... Well, I haven't multiplied that out. Just a second. You people go on with your conversation.
Okay.
You people just go on with your conversation.
Okay.
I'll have this multiplied out in no time.
Okay.
Just continue on with your conversation.
Sure thing. Hello, Sadie.
Hello.
You're looking well.
Thanks.
Care to buy a baboon?
How do children get like this? If it was little Charlie Husher up at the corner come home with such wild stunts, I could understand. But we got an enormous, great, big high school scholar. Beats me. When Bess and I were small, I don't remember kids working themselves up to a fever pitch over some wild nonsense that anybody in their right mind...
All right, people. Here's the answer. Hold on to your hat.
Shoot.
It costs me $26 a year to take in the Bijou Picture Show twice a week. If I take in the Bijou Picture Show twice a week for the next 56 years and pay cash, it would cost me...
Huh?
It would cost me...
Cost you what?
$1,456.
Oh, go on.
Check my figures.
It's amazing.
Yes, it's amazing, but absolutely true.
Why, George.
$1,456. I'll ask you an easy question in arithmetic, Cobb.
Go ahead.
When you subtract 50 from 1,456, what do you get?
1,406.
1,406. If I purchase this lifetime pass from Leland Richards, I make a clean profit of $1,406.
Makes my head swim.
Yes, it does.
Boy.
Mom, I believe you said my bank book was in the bookcase?
Mm-hmm.
Second pigeonhole in the rain desk part.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Not at all.
I'll dig it out first thing in the morning.
I'd like to see you once.
I don't believe I understand, Mom.
Oh, you probably do.
No, I assure you I don't. Surely you can't still be of the opinion a wonderful investment like this...
Oh, go away.
Beg pardon?
Go away. Skedaddle. Skidoo.
We are alone.
Yeah.
Our little son tiptoes away.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a pathetic figure.
Don't he, though?
I suppose when he arrives upstairs, he'll throw himself on the bed and cry his little heart out.
I doubt it. Vic?
Huh?
Do us taxpayers have to shell out money for this baboon they're buying for Miller Park Zoo?
Sure.
Well, nobody asked me if I wanted a baboon.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
I'd like a private word with pipe smokers. Listen, remember this name, Revelation. It's a pipe mixture, a true blend of 5 great tobaccos cut 5 different ways to get from each tobacco its richest taste and flavor. So don't throw away your pipe if it gets hot and sour. You're smoking the wrong tobacco. For cool, sweet, marvelous smoking pleasure, just try Revelation. Only 15 cents. Johnny presents the Ginny Simms program with the Bombardiers, Edgar Fairchild and his orchestra, and the greatest guest stars in the world. Tonight, it's Naval ROTC cadet Jim Hardy, quarterback of the Trojans, who made football history in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Also, Private First Class Richard Lockman, one of...
Duffy, that feud's just on the surface. Sure, down underneath they hate each other. Well, Alan's jealous, you see, because Benny steals all his stuff. Why, sure. Alan was cheap long before Benny. Hey, look, Duffy, I'm just thinking, St. Patrick's Day is coming up. What about a guy like Alan to MC the pig roast? Huh? Not enough contrast, huh? Well, I don't know. Maybe we could distinguish them. Maybe we could get Alan to wear a blue suit. Okay, I'll talk to him about it. So long, Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Benny Venuta, Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Fred Allen, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Brought to you by 2 products that will pay you to remember. Minute Rub when you have a cold, Sal Hepatica when you need a laxative. Minute Rub, Sal Hepatica.
Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, you want to hear a real funny joke?
No.
An absent-minded professor slammed his wife and kissed the dog goodbye.
Okay, I'd like to hear a joke.
Look, Eddie, I'm rehearsing to be one of them. What do you call them guys that tells jokes like the one I just told?
A ghoul?
No, a monogamist. I'm learning these gags so when Fred Allen gets here, we can bandage a few ab-libs at each other.
You gonna be pitching or catching?
Eddie, you never heard me at a party. Honest to goodness, every place I go to, people say, that Archie, what a convulsion. Yeah, wait till me and Alan get together. Boy, it'll be a real battle of wits.
The trouble with this battle is he's got you outnumbered.
Listen, Eddie, I got just as many intelligence as he has. Especially with somebody helping me.
Huh?
Well, for instance, say me and Alan are standing here, throwing woody schisms at each other. Now, somebody might ask me, why does the chicken cross the street?
Who might ask you?
You might.
Why might I?
Because you might want Sunday off.
Yeah, I might at that, huh?
Now, why does a chicken cross the street?
Because there's a rooster on the other side.
Eddie, you ask the questions. I give the answers. That is, if you want Sundays off.
What happens if I don't ask you the question?
Then you get Sunday, Monday, and always.
Well, shake hands with a straight man.
Okay.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Hey, Arch, it's Fred Allen here. I'm dying to see him.
Do you know him, Finnegan?
No.
No? Well, do you listen to his program?
No.
Then why are you so anxious to meet him?
I always like to make new friends.
Well, Finnegan, why don't you listen to him sometime?
Maybe I will. When is he on?
He's on Sunday nights.
Don't you? Oh, I can't, Dodge. Sunday night, my father listens to the Texaco show.
Finnegan, that is the show that Fred Allen is on.
It's just that, Arch. How can me and my father both listen? It's on the same station.
Yeah, that would be tough at that one. Why don't you listen some Sunday night when your father ain't home?
I even tried that, but I just tuned in at the finish of the program. When the announcer said, tune in the same time next Sunday.
Well, did you tune in the same time next Sunday?
Yep, and once again, they were just finishing. Hey, Arch, what does this Fred Allen do?
Oh, he's a comedian. He tells jokes.
For instance?
Oh, for instance, he says, why is a streetcar like a woman?
What else does he do?
Finnegan, you're supposed to ask me.
To ask you what?
Why is a streetcar like a woman? Finnegan, ask me.
So why should I ask you? You don't know. You just asked me.
Oh, forget it, will you, Finnegan? Miss Duffy, maybe you'll do me a favor, huh?
I can't, Archie. I'm too busy.
You're too busy.
Certainly. Here it is the 4th day of leap year already, and I haven't got my circulars printed yet.
Circulars? Miss Duffy, is that in good taste?
In very good taste. They're printed in Old English type.
Well, in that case, maybe you'll get an Old Englishman. Oh, boy, I'll murder that, Alan. Leap year, huh? Have you found any suckers yet?
Well, there's just one fella. Goldsworthy Harker Road.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Goldsworthy, where did you meet Goldsworthy?
In a restaurant. He wrote me a note on the back of a menu.
So then what?
So then I wrote him a note.
You mean you picked up a guy just like that?
I did not pick him up. I just told you we corresponded first.
Oh, I forgot that. Well, then what happened?
Well, he invited me for an automobile ride in the country. And he wanted to borrow Papa's car.
Oh, well, did you go with him?
Of course not. He was a total stranger. You think I'd trust a total stranger with Papa's car?
Well, don't worry, Miss Duffy. There's still 361 days left in leap year. Hey, Danny Seymour, you are very lax.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you know what Harry Von Zell would have said when I said leap year.
What?
Well, he would have said, leap is the time of the year when people get colds.
Oh, that's pretty corny, isn't it, Archie?
Yeah, but Von Zell's that way. How would you go about it?
Well, I'd point out that even though this is a new year, there's certainly nothing new about the colds that brought many of us. Same old stopped-up nose, same old aching feeling in your muscles. Well, why not get after those annoying cold symptoms with something modern? Minute Rub Famous Chest Rub. Just massage it briskly on your back and chest. Yes, that's all you do. And soon, in fact, even before you finish, you feel a gratifying sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold.
And meanwhile, Minute Rub gives off active menthol vapors that help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in your nose and throat.
Minute Rub won't harm clothes or linens. It's greaseless, stainless, seems to disappear as you rub it on. So get after your cold symptoms with this nationally famous chest rub that takes only a minute to use, that helps bring such fast relief. Minute Rub, MINITRUB. Minute Rub. And now, folks, we present the new singing star of Duffy's, Benuta, who, before she sings, rubs her throat religiously with Minute Rub.
Archie, what goes on here?
Oh, I'll do better for you, Benny. Please, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the great honor of presenting that distinguished female vocal chanteuse, the singing vocalist of such vocal hits on Broadway as By Jupiter, Kiss the Boys Goodbye, and etc., etc., etc. Tonight she vocalizes a song she made famous. Everything I Got Belongs to You. Miss Benuta. Better, Benet?
Oh, yes.
That's fine. Everything else satisfactory? You like your dressing room?
Yes. Except that I have to get out every time somebody wants to use the telephone.
Oh, we'll have that fixed immediately. Eddie, put an out of order sign on Miss Benuta's dressing room. Go ahead and sing, Benet.
I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with a knife I'm learning to do, and everything I've got belongs to you. I've a powerful anesthesia in my fist, and the perfect wrist to give your neck a twist. They're a hammerlock hold, I've mastered a few, and everything I've got belongs to you. Share for share, share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witch's curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two, and everything I've got belongs to you. Don't stamp your foot at me, that's impolite. To stamp your foot at me is not quite right. All I discover is you're not so fine. I fear my lover is a swine. You're a living proof that Frank was still alive. You haven't brains enough for any child of 5. But I'll never let go. You'll never be free till everything you've got belongs. Everything you've got belongs. Everything you've got belongs to me.
Feel the sawdust falling out of your mouth. May I say that when television comes in, you'll be a big star?
Oh, thank you, Archie.
It's a lucky thing television ain't here now.
Why not, Miss Duffy?
Look what's coming in the door.
Fred Allen. Thank you. Well, Mr. Allen, Duffy's is indeed prideful to have its portholes preempted by such an unmitigated personage as your distinct yourself.
Dr. Fadiman, I presume.
Yeah, Fred, I'm glad you're surprised to find out I bet you're surprised to find out I ain't no bum, huh?
I'm sure I'm going to be, Archie, yes. You're looking ahead a little. So this is the famous Duffy's, eh?
Yeah, this is it. What do you think of it, then?
Well, I have been in a lot of dumps, Archie. But frankly, this joint is to architecture what Jack Benny is to the human race. Who is responsible for the decor here?
To Deco.
Capital D, Deco.
Yeah. Oh, I am responsible.
South
with that
Deco.
little narrow nose, I didn't think you'd smell it. But tell me, what do you think of the decorating? What do you think of that wallpaper, John?
The wallpaper? It looks as though the one-arm paper hanger still has the hives, Archie.
Mr. Allen, I personally hung that wallpaper myself.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better paper.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. There's nothing like the New York Times. And, Archie, I must say that you showed good judgment in putting the obituary column next to the kitchen there.
Thank you. And look at the rest of them antiques. Duncan Fife cuspidors.
Barely see those.
Look at them Chippy Dale tables. Genuine oil paintings. That one up there, by the way, is a portrait of Duffy, the proprietor himself.
Say, he looks like Sitting Bull looked before he sat down, doesn't he? And these cracks in the wall, Archie, what are these? Air conditioning for the termites?
Mr. Allen, Duffy's does not cater to termites.
You mean even termites refuse to eat in here?
Please, no cracks about the food. We may not serve partridge on peasant, but the food is very nourishing.
It's nourishing, eh?
Do you know who eats here?
Who?
Frank Sinatra.
That I can believe. He is a real disciple of malnutrition.
Yes, sir, and he's got us to thank for it. Yeah, a lot of big shots eat here. You see that guy over there? That's Crud-Faced Clifford, the safecracker, strictly Park Avenue.
Oh, a Ritz cracker, hey?
Yeah, great dynamite man. Very delicate artist, too. I have seen Crudface take a pinch of TNT and open a can of sardines.
And when the can of sardines were opened, there were the little sardines laying there with that joke alongside. That reminds me, I knew a safecracker once, Archie. One Halloween, purely as a prank, mark you, I put a little bicarbonate of soda in with his nitroglycerin.
What happened?
That night, don't anticipate. You heard it the first show. Now you're laughing before we get there.
Well, I put it goes along, I hope.
I put a little bicarbonate of soda in his nitroglycerin, and that night, for the first time in history, a bank burped.
Must have been very embarrassing. The bank naturally couldn't say pardon me.
No, it was just one of those corny exchange banks, you know.
Couldn't have been no cornier exchange than this.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't... Archie, what is it?
Oh, this is Miss Duffy, Fred, and take a tip. Watch out.
Well, what do you mean, Archie?
This dame carries around a marriage license made out to her and to whom it may concern.
Miss Duffy, Archie tells me that you've entered yourself in the leap year derby for fillies.
Yeah, and the way she's been running, you'd think she was owned by Bing Crosby.
You two talk like I was a horse. Now, listen, Archie, if I was to tell you exactly...
Now, little lady, don't get excited. You might pull a tendon. Save your wind for the track.
I will have you two know that I am no horse.
What'll we do with her, Fred?
Slap a saddle on her and put her in a claiming race.
That's the trouble with her. Nobody'll claim her.
Oh, you.
So you're Fred Allen.
That's right. By her relatives, I'm called Portland Hopper's husband. And you are?
Clifton Finnegan.
Clifton Finnegan.
So you're Fred Allen. Boy, no wonder you make so many people laugh. Look at you.
Finnegan. Please, that is ill mannered.
Yeah.
Mr. Allen is not responsible for his ghastly looks.
Thank you, Archie.
Say, that's a good trick you've got.
What's that?
Talking through your nose like that. It must be hard to slip the words past your adenoids.
Then how do you do it?
I use small words. Of course, if I feel a big word coming on, I give it both nostrils. And then I push it through with hyphens on occasion. It's very simple, really.
Excuse me, Fred. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, Alan's here. The bags? Brother has he got 'em. Yeah, looks like his eyes is waiting for a red cap. No, I ain't asked him about the pig roast yet. Okay, I'll approach him, Duffy. Call me back. Fred, I'll be blunt. How would you like to make a fast buck MC in a pig roast?
Sounds like a greasy buck to me, Archie. What is this pig roast?
Well, it's Duffy's spring semi-annual St. Patrick's Day music hall and pig roast.
Sounds gala.
Oh, yeah, sure, all Irish. Now, how about you MCing it?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rush me into it. What about the salary?
$5 and all the pig you can stomach.
$5. Now, let me see. 10%. That's 50 cents goes to my agent out of the $5.
Don't forget the pig.
Don't worry. He'll be around to collect his commission in the morning.
Well, Fred, $5 ain't nothing to be sneezed at.
$5? I can make more money than that peddling Wilkie buttons to Roosevelt.
You're good, huh? Just a minute. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You won't take the $5. Duffy, I don't blame that guy. He's a big radio star, a picture star, a famous stage actor. Well, how high can we go? Well, it's a little more like it. So long.
What's the offer?
$6.50.
Well, look, is that European plan or with pig?
This American plan. You eat before you get there.
Oh, I see.
Now, Fred, when would you like to audition for this pig roast?
You mean I have to audition for this swine soiree?
Well, not for me. It's for Duffy. You know, he always chooses his own pigs and masters the ceremonies. So what do you say, Fred?
What do I say?
Yeah.
Oink.
What did you say?
I said oink.
Let me take a look at your knuckles, Fred.
$6.50.
Oh, say, Mr. Allen, didn't you once work for Sal Hepatica?
Yes, Mr. Seymour, and it looks as though I'm going to work for even less here in a minute.
Oh, Mr. Allen, weren't they wonderful people to work for?
Well, now as
I know you loved it.
Well, tell me, what do you do for the Salopatica people?
Go ahead, Danny. Show them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly true that sometimes the best-laid plans can go astray when something unexpected happens. And yet, if on a day when you've made special plans, you wake up feeling headachy because you need a laxative, don't think your plans need be upset or that it's necessary to put off taking that laxative till bedtime. Simply take Sal Hepatica Famous Saline at once. For then, speedy Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you don't have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and consequently don't have to continue feeling miserable all day. And Sal Hepatica, don't forget, has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So before another day goes by, stop at your drugstore for a bottle of Sal Hepatica. Remembering this, caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better, faster, when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? First, you want him to fill out the questionnaire? Okay. Fred, would you mind answering some questions?
All right.
First, your name?
Fred Allen.
Uh-huh. Occupation?
Part-time gasoline salesman.
Uh-huh. Social Security?
I'm already collecting it.
Obviously. Next, any hobbies?
I can spin a yo-yo.
Can spin a... how do you spell yo-yo?
Y-O.
Well, that's just the one yo. How about the other one?
Likewise, I'm sure.
Any other talents?
Juggling.
Juggling will be handy. The MC has to wait on tables, too. Anything else?
Well, I sing and play the clarinet.
Sing and play the clarinet, huh? Excuse me. Hello? Duffy, you all ready for the audition? Well, he says he sings and plays the clarinet. Okay, listen in. Van Steeden. Yeah? Loan Mr. Allen the lend of a clarinet, will you?
Okay. Here you are, Mr. Allen. Thank you. Say, isn't that strange? I have a clarinet just like this one at home. Mr. Van Steeden, didn't you used to have the band on my program?
Yep, and I quit.
Why did you quit, Pete?
Some rat swiped a clarinet.
Well, I'll see that you get this one back. Okay, Fred, leave us start the audition. What song do you think would be apropos for a pig roast?
Pig roast? How about something from Porky and Bess? Or how sweet you are? Or while strolling through the park one day?
Duffy don't mind what you sing, you know, as long as it's when Irish eyes are smiling.
All right.
When Irish eyes are smiling, all the world seems bright and gay. And the moon...
Just a second. Huh? Okay, Duffy. And now, Fred, for the clarinet.
But I hardly sang.
You ain't kidding. But maybe you should rest your nose a bit, huh? Leave us have the clarinet.
Well, what'll I play, Archie?
Well, I wrote a song called Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
Archie, I heard that song. What do you want to do, turn this clarinet into a plunger?
Look, what do you want to play?
Well, something from Oklahoma. And frankly, I wish I was there at the moment.
He even plays this through his nose. If Beethoven was alive, he'd wish he was dead. Hold it, Alan. Hold it a second. Hello? Stinks, huh? Look, don't worry. It'll be over soon. Go ahead, Fred.
Was that Duffy again?
No, this time it was Portland.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead. Fred, maybe... Fred, couldn't you control... The guy is berserk. He's nuts. He thinks he's running. Just a minute. Fred. Hello? Well, he stopped, didn't he? Uh-huh. Oh, Fred, Duffy wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello. Hello, Duffy. Say, what did you... Huh? Well, I can't. It's Van Steeden's clarinet.
Duffy? Well, what'd you think? Duffy, such language. Okay, I'll thank Fred for you. Hold on wire just a minute, Duffy. Look, Fred, do you know any jokes?
Well, there's one joke about the absent-minded motorist.
Maybe it's better tell it to me first.
Clear it through you.
Yeah.
But this is an audition within an audition. Well, there was once an absent-minded motorist who sat in a bar for 3 hours in front of a stuffed olive waiting for the red light to change. Tell the sardines to move over.
Look, Duffy, what do we need a writer for? I mean, look, don't forget these days a pig is a pretty big attraction by itself. Okay. Look, Fred.
I know, Archie. This happened to me one time in Newark with a trombone.
Oh, look, Fred, don't worry. I guarantee we won't hire nobody else. We'll just take the $6.50 and buy a heavier pig.
Say, wait a minute, Archie. A heavy pig is pretty hard to find these days.
Well, I'll have to start looking.
Say, just a sec. Does it matter if the pig comes from the Midwest?
No.
Does it matter if he wears a toupee?
Fred, You ain't suggesting that...
No. I guess I'd better not spoil a high-class pig roast with him around, Archie. Good night.
Good night. Hello, Duffy. Hello, Duffy. Guess what? I'm going to be on the radio. Yeah, next Sunday night, Fred Allen's invited me to be on his program. Yeah, that's right. And next Tuesday, we're having Jimmy Cagney. Yeah, Duffy, and Cagney's got that same Irish wit that Fred Allen has. Hello? Hello? He hung up.
Mothers, nowadays when cold strikes so often, so unexpectedly, why not make sure that you're ready to get after your child's cold symptoms with that famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub? Keep Minute Rub always handy, for rubbing Minute Rub on your youngster's back and chest quickly helps relieve cold distress. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving congestion in nose and throat. Minute Rub is greaseless, stainless, won't harm clothes or linen. Be prepared to get after your boy or girl's cold symptoms with that famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub. Keep Minute Rub always handy, for rubbing Minute Rub on your youngster's back and chest quickly helps relieve cold distress. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving congestion in nose and throat. Minute Rub is greaseless, stainless, won't harm clothes or linen. Be prepared to get after your boy or girl's cold symptoms with that famous modern chest rub used by thousands of mothers.
It starts with D and ends with T. That's Dress, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Dress brings you The Life of Riley. Dress, D-R-E-F-T, Dress, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle for washing silks, woolens, nylons, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Whenever Chester A. Riley entertains you at dinner, he dishes out large portions of everything, especially advice. Tonight, the Rileys have as their guest a young man who works at the aircraft plant with Riley.
Oh, that sure was a swell dinner, Mrs. Riley.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. Glad you enjoyed it.
Peg, you take Tommy inside, and I'll go dish up the coffee. We don't drink our coffee at the table, Tommy. We always have it after dinner in the library.
Library?
Yeah, that's our library over there. 2 Esquires on top of the radio.
Riley.
Gee, you've got a swell house here. You know, my wife would give anything to have a home like this.
Well, she'll have one, Tommy. Just be patient. You're young yet.
Peg's right. Owning your own home is a big responsibility.
It's a lot of work.
It certainly is. Washing windows, mowing the lawn, fixing screens, unblocking the sink. Eyes a man down. Sometimes when we have a date, I have to hang around for hours waiting for Peg to get through.
Oh, I know there's a lot of work, but it's better than living with your in-laws.
Oh, I didn't know you lived with your in-laws.
Ever since we got married. It isn't easy.
Oh, I don't know. You could be worse off than living with your in-laws. You could be living with, you could be living down in, you could be dead.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, Tommy. Why, when Riley and I first got married, we lived with my folks.
Sure, and we got along fine with them. They loved me insanely. Her father was even more insane to me than her mother.
Yeah, but, gee, my wife's father, well, he keeps reminding me that I'm dependent on him, like he's giving me charity.
Oh, you mustn't feel that way.
Well, you're going at this all wrong, Tommy. You see, I knew how to talk to Peg's old man. Now, just a minute, I said. So what if you're giving me free room and board? I'm entitled to a break. After all, I took your daughter off your hands.
Why, you never said any such thing.
Well, maybe not those words exactly, but I put him in his place, and that's what you got to do, Tommy.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'll go get us some hot coffee. It's freezing in here since I fixed that heating system. Excuse me.
Oh, gee, I wish wish I was like Mr. Riley. You know, not afraid of anybody.
Tommy, would you like to hear how Riley really handled his in-law problem?
Well, he just said
Yes, I heard what he just said, but he left out a few details.
Well, sure. I'd like to hear all about it.
Well, when we first got married, we had to live with my folks. Riley didn't have a job. I kept on with my job, of course. I didn't make enough to pay rent on a place of our own. Living with my folks wasn't very pleasant. I remember one night... Is that you, Jester?
Yeah, it's me, Dumpling.
Oh, hello, dear. Any luck?
No, I walked my feet off. Oh, it's no use, Peggy. I guess I might as well face it. I'm a failure.
You are not. You'll connect one of these days, you'll see.
Oh, Peggy, my wonderful, darling wife. Here I am, broke. I haven't worked a day since we're married. And you're so sweet to me. Oh, if we could only go on like this forever.
Well, sit down, Chester. Mom and Sister are out visiting, but Pop will be home any minute. Then we'll have supper.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Peggy. I got something for you. Here, Angel.
Roses! Oh, Chester, they're beautiful. Chester, you spent your lunch money on me again.
No. I didn't pay for them. You know in the park where they got a design of Mayor Noonan's face made with roses?
Yes.
Well, from now on, the mayor's name is No-Nose Noonan.
Chester, you
Don't be mad, Peggy.
Oh, I forgive you. Here, Chester, for the roses.
Oh. Tomorrow the mayor's going to be bald-headed.
Oh, well, sit down. Here's the evening paper.
Oh, thanks. Oh, this is living, Dumpling.
Oh, good evening, Papa.
Good evening, my dear.
Good evening, Papa.
Supper's almost ready, Papa. Why don't you sit down?
How can I when somebody who doesn't pay a cent toward the rent is sitting in my chair?
Oh, Papa, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here's your chair, Papa.
And don't call me Papa.
Yes, sir, Mr. Barker.
Well, supper's practically ready, Papa. You read your paper.
How can I when somebody who isn't paying a cent toward the rent has already got it?
Oh, Papa, why are you always picking on Chester? He's trying to get a job. He just has no luck.
No luck. He's just lazy.
Chester is not lazy.
No, he isn't, huh? I met Mr. Pryor today. Told me he offered that husband of yours a job in his theater as an usher, and he turned it down.
Oh, Chester, why didn't you take it?
Well, I already seen the picture. I mean, anyway, it was only temporary until the regular usher got back from lunch.
Oh, alibis, always alibis. For somebody who doesn't pay a cent.
Papa, if you say that once more,
Now, look what you've done, you chiseler. Why did I ever let my daughter marry a nincompoop like you?
Now you're going a little too far. You can call me a chiseler, you can call me a loafer, but you got no right calling me an nincompoop when you know yourself I ain't got no income. Don't cry, Dumpling. Don't be mad at me.
Oh, it's not you, Chester. I just can't bear it living with my folks this way.
Oh, it ain't so bad, Peggy. I'm getting used to sleeping on the living room couch. And you got a bed all to yourself in your sister's room. What, don't you like sleeping with your sister?
Oh, Chester, we just got to get a place of our own.
Well, I know, Dumpling. We've been saying that all along.
Yes, but now there's a special reason. You see, well, we'll need more room. There's someone coming to sort of visit us.
Oh, that's nice. When?
In about 6 months.
Anyone I know?
Well, not exactly.
Well, that's okay. Your friends are my friends. But can't he postpone his visit for a year or two?
Oh, Chester, you don't understand. I got some news for you. It's a surprise.
Peg, you don't mean...
I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, a baby. Whew. For a minute there, I thought you lost your job. But if all you're worrying about is a baby, why... A baby? A baby! Peg, I'm going to have a baby! Don't move, Peg. I'll carry you to the hospital.
Oh, put me down, Chester. It won't be for quite a while.
Oh, Peg, darling, it's wonderful. A baby. And it won't be like the wedding ring I gave you. We'll own the baby outright. Gosh, a baby. What kind will it be?
Well, I don't know yet.
Yeah,
Jerry.
I hope it's a boy or a girl. Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, I'm glad you're glad, Chester. But now you see why we just have to get a place of our own.
Yeah, well, we'll move out of here first thing tomorrow. I'll get a job. This baby's going to change our luck. I'll get a job, you'll see.
Oh, I know you will. And it doesn't have to pay very much because I'll go on working.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, but I can work.
No, nothing doing, sweetheart. From now on, you're staying home. I want you to be right there with the baby when it's born.
What's the matter?
Peg, I did it! Yippee!
He's drunk. For a man who doesn't pay a cent.
I ain't drunk, Peg. I got a job.
Oh, Papa, do you hear that? Chester's got a job.
The depression must be over.
Oh, Chester, what kind of a job? How much will you get? What do you do?
Oh, it's a swell job. I'm a milkman. I got my own route, and I work on commission. The more I sell, the more I make.
Oh, Chester, I just know you're going to make lots and lots of money.
And you know what I'm going to do with my first pay?
You can start paying some rent around here.
No. We've got an apartment of our own now.
We have?
Yeah, I just rented it. It's just a small place, only $15 a month. Pack our stuff, Peg.
Oh, Chester, I'm so happy. Isn't it wonderful, Papa? Well, the least you can do, Papa, is wish you good luck.
Yes. Good luck, Peggy.
Well, what about Chester?
Huh.
Thanks, Papa. Well, here's the place, Dumpling.
Well, it's sort of out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's a very quiet neighborhood. It'll be good when the baby comes. Well, come on, let's go take a look at our little penthouse.
Well, all right. Let's go up.
Not up, but down.
Down?
Yeah, well, you see, it's a sort of underground penthouse. Come on, it's just one flight down.
You mean it's in a basement?
Well, yeah, but that's good for the baby. He won't be able to fall down the stairs. Well, here it is. Wait, I'll open the door. It just needs a little oil. Well, how do you like it? Huh?
Well, it's so dark. There isn't much light. I guess our electric bills will be pretty high.
Oh, no, they won't. We ain't got electricity. We got gas. See? Well, what do you think of it? The kitchen's behind that curtain, and the bathroom's behind that curtain, and the bedroom's behind that curtain. And that sofa can be fixed in a jiffy. I'll get a little hair from my horse's tail and stuff it. Believe me, Peg, there's nothing wrong with this place that a little paint, glue, nails, glass, and varnish can't fix. Well, what do you think of it, Peggy?
Oh, I like it.
Well, gee, Peggy, I know it ain't the nicest place in the world, but it's all our own. And it's very convenient. It's very close to the subway.
What's that?
The subway. It's right under it.
Oh, Chester.
But don't worry, it's only every 5 minutes.
Oh, what's that? It didn't come from below.
No, that came from above. We're under a bowling alley. We're also near the East River. Gee, I didn't realize. I guess it ain't so nice after all.
Oh, no. Now stop talking like that. We can fix this place up fine. And the most important thing is we have a place to ourselves.
So, here you are.
Oh, Papa.
So this is the kind of a hole you expect my daughter to live in.
But, Papa.
Be quiet, Peggy. I'm going to tell that husband of yours exactly what I think of him. Riley, you're nothing. I'm not only that, you are a... And what's more, you ought to be...
Would you mind repeating that?
Why, you... Peggy, get your things. You're coming home with me.
Oh, please, Papa, give Chester a chance to make good. We want our own place, please.
Well, all right. You've got 1 week, Riley, and if you haven't got a decent place for her to live in, she's coming home. And that's final.
There goes the door. That home wrecker.
Well, don't you worry. We'll get out of here soon. We'll show Papa you'll make good.
You're just saying that to make me feel good.
I am not. Why do you think I married you?
For my looks?
No, darling. No, I married you because you're going to be a big success. You've got personality and ambition and brains.
Oh, Dumpling. Keep on lying to me. I love it.
Draft will bring in the second act of the life of Riley in a moment. Now, ready? Attention. Here comes Draft. Draft your dishes and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. So don't you get left, get Draft. Yes, ladies, get Draft, and dishes will look their shining best even without wiping. It's no wonder women call Draft the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Why, Draft makes even plain, everyday glasses sparkle like the finest crystal, whether you polish them or not. You know why? Well, listen. Draft, Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle, is different from any soap you ever used. All soaps leave a cloudy film on dishes, film you have to polish off, but not Draft. Draft's amazing suds rinse clean and clear. Yes, ladies, that's the answer. Wash them in Draft suds, and dishes and glasses wear their prettiest sparkle, polished or not. And say, Draft gets rid of grease the way no soap in the world can do. Draft's kind of hands, too. So, ladies, try Draft for your dishes. Join the march to Draft bright and early Monday morning. Get Draft and enjoy dishes that shine even without wiping. Remember, don't you get left, get Draft. Now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Gosh, you and Mr. Riley sure were in a spot with him broke and all.
Oh, yes, Tommy. It was pretty awful for us newlyweds. My father gave Riley 1 week to get us a decent apartment, or else I'd have to go home and live with my folks. Meanwhile, poor Riley was worried sick about making good in his new job as milkman.
But I guess he came through okay.
Well, he worked hard for a whole week, 12 hours a day. And then that night he came home, and I was waiting for him. Oh, Chester, you got your first pay envelope.
Well, yeah, but wait, Peg.
Don't tell me how much you made. Let me open it. I want to be surprised. Oh, I'm so excited. It's empty.
Surprise?
But I don't understand.
Well, drivers only get $4 basic pay plus commission on all the milk we sell. And I didn't sell any.
None at all?
Well, I did sell a quart a day to myself for lunch.
And that's all?
Yeah. I didn't want to worry you, Peg. I didn't tell you. I got the worst route in the city. On my route, they don't go for milk. It's mostly the beer drinking set. Oh, cheer up, Dumpling. At least I made my $4 basic pay.
But where is it?
Well, there's a few deductions. They took out $2.25 for my uniform and $1 for 2 tickets to the milkman's ball, 25 cents for the pension fund for me, and 50 cents pension fund for the horse. Believe me, I wish I was a horse.
Chester, what do we do? What do we tell Papa? He'll be here tomorrow.
I'm going out again right now. Maybe if I sell a lot of milk today, he won't think I'm as big a failure as I really am. Ain't it awful, Daisy? 5 hours already, and I ain't sold a bottle. Whoa, Daisy, I'd better phone Peg and tell her how I'm doing. Whoa! Whoa, Daisy. Hey, kid, hey, you over there.
Yeah? What do you want, white pants?
Well, I got to make a phone call. Watch my wagon, will you?
Sure, mister. I'll take care of your wagon, but good.
I'll be right back.
Oh, boy, what a setup. Hey, Fingers, Fatso, Muggsy, free milk, come and get it.
Hey, what's that, Snake Eyes?
Some dumb cluck left me to watch his cow juice. Come on, we gotta work fast.
Who needs milk? There's nothing on fire.
Oh, don't be a dope. We can sell it for $0.05 a bottle. Come on, grab the stuff. Hey, Muggsy, give me a hand with the stick.
Boy, what a soft touch.
Hey, watch it, gang. Here comes a guy.
Hey, what are you boys up to?
Nothing, mister, honest.
Where are you going with that milk?
The driver said we could take it, free.
He's giving it to you? What's this driver's name?
I don't know, mister, but he's real sweet.
Hey, here's his name on this card in the wagon here. Chester A. Riley.
Chester A. Riley, huh? And he's giving you all this milk?
Yeah, for our little baby brothers and sisters and all the poor hungry kids in the neighborhood what ain't got no milk. Honest, I ain't had a schooner of milk in weeks.
Oh, no. For Pete's sake, kid, don't start crying. I think it's a great idea. Come on, I'll help you.
Well, here I am, Daisy. Hey, where did the kid go? I told him to wait. Well, say, you know, Daisy, the inside of this wagon looks different. There's something missing. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's some... My milk! My milk is gone! Help! Police! I've been milked! Oh, Daisy, what will my boss say? It's bad enough I can't sell the milk. Now I lose it. Oh, Daisy, it's hopeless. I'm just a failure. I'll wind up digging ditches.
And what's wrong with digging ditches?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Oh, Digger, I feel terrible. A bunch of kids just stole all the milk off of my wagon.
Oh, you're in the wrong business. They wouldn't dare steal anything from my vehicle.
Oh, those kids, they put me in a terrible spot.
Yes, children can be aggravating. Yesterday, a gang of hoodlums stole a sign from an employment agency and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was devastated.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
We guarantee to place you in a permanent position.
I'll probably get fired now.
Oh, you can always work for me. I can use a live man down at my place.
Well, thanks, Digger. Maybe I will come down to your place when I reach the end of my rope.
Good. I'll be looking for you.
Worst thing is, now I'll have to go back and live with my in-laws.
You have my deepest sympathy. When I was first married, I moved in with my in-laws, and I also did my work there.
But did they pick on you?
Yes. They objected to the way I left things lying around the house. Tell me, Riley, as friend to friend, could you use a little money?
Well, no, thanks, Digger. I'll be all right. You know the old saying, you can't keep a good man down.
Would you care to bet? Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Hello, Mr. Manager. I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, it's you, Riley. I've been waiting 2 hours to check you out. I got a good mind to report you to the board. Well, come on, let's have it. How many bottles you get rid of?
All of them.
All of them? On that route? Well, you're okay, Riley. Where's the cash?
Well, you see, I haven't got any.
You haven't got any?
Yeah.
You got rid of the milk, didn't you?
Yeah, but you see...
Now, don't try to tell me you were robbed. I'm wise to those tricks.
But I was...
You're fired, Riley. If you had that dough here by tomorrow, you'll wind up in jail.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, so long.
Get out.
What's going on here, Joe?
Oh, hello, Chief. I just fired this dope here.
He means me.
Well, what are you hanging around for? Beat it, stupid. Joe, where's this driver, Chester Riley?
That's him. Stupid.
What? How dare you call my friend Riley stupid? Riley, I'm J.B. Trotter, president of the company. Sit down, my boy. Have a cigar.
Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Trotter, this...
Shut up, Joe.
Look, Mr. Trotter, I can explain about the milk.
You don't have to, Chet, my boy. It's all here in the paper. Smart of you to tell that reporter.
They put it in the paper?
Now listen to this. Kind-hearted milkman gives free milk to hungry babies. Chester A. Riley of Sunbeam Dairies, and so on and so on and so on. Yes, it's all right there on the front page. Why, new orders have been pouring into the office by the hundreds. Thanks to you, Chet. And you thought of this all by yourself.
Well, but you don't understand. You think that I... Look, Mr. Trotter, my mother brought me up never to tell a lie. And if I told one now, she'd never forgive me. So listen, you see... Yes, sir, I thought of this all by myself. Oh, Mother, please forgive me. Well, here it is, Peg. Here we are, our new apartment.
Oh, Chester, it's beautiful. But I still don't understand it all happened so quick.
Dublin, I keep telling you, my boss thinks I'm a big hero. He's given me a swell job on salary. So I went right out and got this apartment.
Oh, we're so lucky.
Yeah. But the best thing of all, we won't have to live with your father.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah. Me too. Ain't it wonderful to be happy?
Good evening, Peggy.
Oh, Papa.
They told me at the old place I'd find you here. Riley?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Parker. I made good. I got us a nice home now.
Yes, a fine place, Chet. Absolutely beautiful. I always knew you'd make the grade, son.
Oh, right. So it's okay, huh? We won't have to move in with you?
Of course not, son. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'm going to move in with you.
What a revolting development this is.
It's a miracle suds, ladies. Yes, for all your nice things, Dreft offers brighter, fresher, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. You want your precious nylons to stay sheer and color fresh? Dreft them. Dreft keeps stockings lovelier and sheerer looking than any soap you ever used. You want that pretty new sweater to look fluffy? Dreft it. Dreft washes woolen softer and fluffier than ever before. And your nice undies, you want them to look bright and gay, washing after washing? Well, Dreft them. Dreft keeps dainty lingerie colors brighter and fresher far longer than even expensive soap flakes. You see, Dreft suds rinse clear. They never leave a dulling soap film in fabrics the way all soaps do. So, pretty washables look their loveliest. Discover Dreft's wonders for your nice things. Get Dreft in the bright green package. Sure, don't get left. Get Dreft.
Well, that's the story, Tommy.
Some story. After hearing about Mr. Riley, I guess I'm not doing so bad with my in-laws after all.
Well, here's the coffee. Sugar and cream, Tommy?
Yeah, thank you.
What was we talking about? Oh, yeah, in-laws. Tommy, let me tell you how I handle my in-laws.
I've already told him, Riley.
Yeah, but you mean the truth?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, you had quite a time there, Mr. Riley.
Well, yeah, but I don't want you to get the wrong impression, Tommy. I love my father-in-law. I get such a nice, warm feeling inside of me every time I think of my dear old father-in-law. 3,000 miles away in Brooklyn.
Dreft, the sudsing miracle for soaps, nylons, woolen stitchers, invites you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Blaze of Noon. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Ship, and Jack Brecker. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Peg's father is Lou Merrill, and Tommy is Bill Stratton. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley, and reminding you for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history, use Draft. Don't get left, get Draft.
Not 50, not 75, but 100%.
Yes, Drene reveals 100% of the natural beauty of your hair, removes all dulling soap film. For Drene is not a soap shampoo, leaves no dull film as all soaps do.
For brilliance, glamour, you'll see what we mean. 'Cause your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Drene.
Never before Drene could any shampoo leave hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
Listen again next week when Draft, the Sudsing Miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I know his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Cedrick's long-awaited triumph over the pinball machine at Luke's Beer's restaurant brought new joy into his melancholy life and made him forget his romantic troubles. Lum and Abner have ceased to worry about Cedrick now and have renewed their attention to the many duties of their combined store, library, and publishing company. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store. Abner is just entering.
Morning, Abner.
Morning, Lum. Yeah, what's that sign you're putting up? Is it going to be a picnic or something?
No, this ain't for no picnic. Leastways, it ain't going to be no picnic for them Japs.
Japs?
Yeah.
What is it?
Just a second, you can read it for yourself.
Oh.
There.
Wanted. Officers for the U.S. Marine Corps.
Corps, that is.
Oh, they
Dick
misspelled
Huddleston.
it, huh?
No, that's what Dick Huddleston says it is.
Oh, well, I do know. Well, does the government want officers for that?
Yeah, they not only want them, they need them. Thousands of them. They want them right away.
Well, I told you then we better help the government get them, Lum.
That's the reason I put up this sign, to help them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. What kind of fellers do they want for officers?
Well, they got to be awful good ones, I can tell you that.
They do, huh?
Yeah, them Marines are one of the fightingest bunch of fellers there is in the whole world.
Well?
They do their fighting on the water and on the land and in the air, too.
Well, dog is there every place, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. So you can see it takes an awful smart young feller with a lot of nerve to get to be a officer in an outfit like that.
Yeah. I reckon he sort of wants the college fellers in, huh?
Yeah. Any graduate with a degree can sign up for it. That is, if he's somewhere twixt 20 and 30-year-old and he's in good condition. So you got to pass a physical examination, of course.
Yeah. Let's see, now, who do we know around here that's got a college degree?
I was just studying about that myself a while ago.
How about Jed Sumter's boy, Albert? He's a college feller.
Yeah, Granny, I never thought about him. Be a good one, too.
Oh, he's a fine boy.
He's always captain of the football team or the basketball team or something.
Yeah.
That's the kind of boys they need for officers. Fellers that are natural-born leaders.
Yeah, well, that Albert would sure be the one, and he's a natural-born leader if ever I seen one.
And you know, when you stop to think about it, Abner, the war's sort of like a football game, only a lot bigger and a heap more important.
A football game?
Yeah, if you stop and think about it. Now, when this game started out, the Jap team sort of had the ball.
Yeah.
Of course, they started playing before the rest of us was ready, too.
Yeah.
But now we're putting in our best players, and we took the ball away from them.
Oh, yeah.
Granny, we're going to make a heap of touchdowns now.
Well, good for all.
We made a couple of them not long ago, didn't we? Over at Coral Sea and over at Midway.
Yes, sir. A kick for extra point.
And that's where them Marines comes in awful handy, too. They're about the best ball carriers we got.
Oh, them boys are dandies,
Yeah, if Albert can get to be a captain in this team, he's got something to be proud of for the rest of his life.
Yeah, wait a minute, Tom. I just happened to think here. Albert ain't done with college yet.
Well, that don't make no difference.
Well, what I mean is, he ain't going to get his degree till he gets through college.
I know, but according to this here poster, the government sent us, he can sign up anyway.
He can?
Yeah, no matter if he's a senior or junior or freshman or a sophomore or what he is.
Huh.
Of course, it says here that he has to be young enough so that he'll get his degree before he gets to be 27-year-old.
Yeah. Well, now, how can he get a degree if he's left college to go in the Marines, though?
Well, he don't leave college. The idea is that the Marines will accept the boys that's still in college now. But they won't be called till after they graduate.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That gives Albert a chance to sign.
Sure.
Of course, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he ain't already did it.
No.
Knowing Albert like I do.
No, I wouldn't either. Just about what Albert do. Well, let's see now. Who else can we think of around here? There ought to be somebody. Oh.
Howdy, Mr. Lum. Howdy, Mr. Abner.
Howdy, Cedrick. Come on back. My doggies, that's an awful long face you got on there today.
It's the only one I got.
Are you still mooning around, Cedrick? You ought to be getting over this pretty soon.
Why, sure, I thought you was happy because you win from that, and 3 games on that pinball machine the other day. Ain't that what you been trying to do ever since Luke got the thing in down there?
Yes, Mom, I thought I was happy, but still, I talked to Clarabelle.
Clarabelle?
That spoiled everything, yes, sir.
Oh, what'd she have to say?
Well, I figured she'd admire me for finally beating the pinball machine, but she said that weren't nothing.
She did, huh?
She said Gomer Bates never wasted his time on no such foolish things as pinball machines.
Is that what she actually said,
Yes, Mom, she sure said it.
Well?
Pinball machines ain't foolish things at all, are they?
Well, of course they are, Cedrick.
Yeah.
Clarabelle's right. Growed-up boy like you oughtn't to be wasting your time over there playing with that thing.
No.
If you want to win back Clarabelle Seastrunk, you got to actually do something that she can admire you for. You got to make a success out of yourself. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
But I don't know nothing to make a success out of myself with, though, hardly.
Well, there ought to be something, Cedrick, for you to do. Maybe you could take over your pa's blacksmith shop down there. Wait a minute, though. I know. How about that poster?
Mom?
That poster there. Look there. Right behind you there.
Oh.
See there? Wanted. Officers for the U.S. Marine Corps. What is that word, Lum?
Corps.
Why not get Cedrick to be one of them, Lum? I know Clarabelle admire him for that.
Well, natural. That's the best thing a young feller can do, but I'm feared Cedrick ain't got what do they call them there? The qualifications.
No, Mom, I ain't got none of them, I know. Had the mumps once, but I got over them.
Well, whereabouts can he go to sign up, Mom?
Yes, Mom, I'd like to get started on it right away. Hope they got generals in the Marine Corps. That's what I'd like to be, a general, I think.
Well.
Well, now, wait a minute, Cedrick. You can't sign up because they wouldn't even take you in the draft. You got a 4F classification.
Yeah, that's right, ain't it? Yeah, them flat feet of yours, Cedrick, I don't believe they'd ever take you.
Well, I'll bet you I can walk further than any of them. They said I couldn't march. I can go out coon hunting or possum hunting of a night and walk all night long. I'd just like to get some of them fellers and walk them some night.
Well, I don't know about that, Cedrick, but with them feet like you wear your socks out in the instep, Cedrick. You ain't going to take nobody like that. You look like you're standing on skis there.
Yeah, you look like a rocket you're standing.
Why, sure you do.
Lord, George, me.
No.
Well, I believe I'll sign up anyway. Maybe they're different from the Army.
No.
I think that's what I'd like to take up, being an officer in the Marines.
But you can't, Cedrick. You ain't got no college degree.
I ain't, huh?
Well, of course not.
Yeah, but Lama poster says that they can sign up even though they ain't got no degree. It says that they'll get called later on when they graduate.
Now, how could Cedrick graduate from college? He never even finished grammar school.
Oh, that's right, ain't it? Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll just skip grammar school and go right on into college. I believe that's what I'll do.
Well, I don't believe you can do that, Cedrick.
Yes, Mom, I can. It was just on account of them little chairs that I give up grammar school. I got too big for them. Couldn't get my knees up under the desk. But I bound you they got chairs in college that's big enough for me.
Why, sure, I reckon they will. would. I know Albert Sumter. He's a pretty big boy.
Well, it takes a heap more than just having a chair big enough for you to get you into college, I can tell you that.
Does, huh?
And it takes more than just a college education to get to be an officer in the Marine Corps, too. It takes a feller that's way above the average.
Well,
am I above the average, Mr. Lum? Well, not exactly, Cedrick. Now, we better study up something else for you to get into, Cedrick. Something else that'll make Clarabelle admire you.
Yeah.
I want to be an officer in the Marines. That's the one thing I want to be. I got my mind made up now.
Well, I don't blame you, Cedrick, but in your case, it's just impossible. You ain't got the qualifications, and that's all there are to it.
No.
I'd love to recommend you, Cedrick, much as they need young fellers to become officers, but it just can't be done.
No, you'll have to become something else, Cedrick. A good blacksmith like your pa or something like that.
I don't want to be no blacksmith. I want to be a Marine officer so I can get to sing that song they always sing. From the halls of Montana Zuma.
That's Montezuma, Cedrick. Montana somewhere else, I think. That's a state.
Whatever it is, I want to sing it. From the halls of Montezuma, from the shores of Tripoli. Yeah, I can sing that good. I done learned it.
Yeah, yes, you
Cedrick,
have.
I hate to keep breaking your heart this way, but you might just as well make up your mind that you can't get in.
Are you sure I can't, Mr. Lum?
Yes, Cedrick, might just well face the facts.
Doggone it anyway. I believe I'll go home and ask my papa, see if he knows some way I can get in there.
Well, you can go home and ask him if you want to, Cedrick, but it won't do you no good.
No.
Well, I'm going to try anyway. I'll see you fellas later.
Yeah, all right, Cedrick. So long. It's just a shame that he couldn't get in, Lum. There's the disappointedest boy I ever seen in my life. I believe he wants to get in this army somewhere
He's a
so
good
bad.
boy.
Yeah.
You can't blame him. Granted, I know if I was a young fella, that's the first thing I'd try to do.
Yeah.
Go right direct to a Marine recruiting station and enlist for that officer's training. Wait a minute. What was that age limit on the poster, Ed?
Well, it ain't no use, Lum. I was studying about there. You can't be over 30.
Oh, you studied with it, too.
Yeah.
Yes, right. You reckon if I shaved off my mustache and you got shut of your whisker, no, I reckon not.
No, I'm sure that recruiting feller'd still be able to tell, Lum. Besides, you ain't got no college degree neither, Lum.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
It sort of stirs a feller up inside to think about it, though, don't it?
Yeah, I dogged it sure does. I'd love to get in there myself.
And if we was just only young, super average fellers.
Yeah, yeah.
From the halls of Montezuma
to the shores of
Tripoli.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, everything seems to be calm and peaceful at the moment with our Harlem friends. Andy finally located Madam Queen and got everything settled with her. There doesn't seem to be any trouble in sight, but with the boys, you never can tell. Right now, Amos and the Kingfish are in the office discussing Andy's feeling for Madam Queen.
Oh, I'm telling you, Kingfish, the way Andy looks at Madam Queen, I can tell that he is in love with her again.
Yeah, I still don't believe it, Amos. I always say that you can't cook an omelet but once. And I'm going to tell you another thing. When a souffle goes flat, you can't pump it up again.
Yeah, but it seems like every day Andy seems to learn more and more about less and less.
I tell you, Amos, another thing. Come in, Henry.
Hiya, Mr. Van Porter.
Well, hello, boys. Hello. I only have a minute. I thought it was my duty as a friend to call on you in person, Kingfish, and remind you that your accident insurance policy lapses in about a week. A renewal is in order.
Oh, that's a good thing to keep up, Kingfish.
I don't agree with you. I've been paying all year on that accident insurance, and ain't nothing happened to me.
Well, like one of the insurance companies say, common events don't necessarily cast their shadows on the sands of time beforehand.
This has been a one-sided deal. Accidents seem to have a knack of picking out people that ain't insured to happen to. Oh, I tell you, every night when I go to bed, I think about it. I say, here I is without a busted bone or nothing. I is getting cheated.
Yeah, well, you can't say that, Kingfish, because insurance is one of the finest things in the world.
Absolutely. Our insurance statistics show that within the next 10 years, 4 out of 5 of our policyholders will have accidents.
Oh, Shuna?
Yes?
When has you got me scheduled for?
No, Kingfish, you don't understand. I advise you strongly to renew your policy. And remember, my only interest in it is as a friend and a human humanitarian.
Yeah, well, I'll think it over, Henry.
Yes, and don't forget, your policy lapses next week. Well, I'll run along now.
All right. Well, I'll walk over. I'll walk out to the front door with you. Going over to Anders' office.
Mm-hmm.
I'll walk over there with you, Kingfish.
Well, I must get back to my office and send out some checks to insured people.
Hmm.
You know, when we have a patient in the hospital, it's our custom to pay them right at the door as they go in.
Sure.
It's our pay-as-you-enter clause.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know about the renewal, Henry. We're going to cut across here and drop over to Anders' office.
Yes, well, I'll get on to my place. Here, Kingfish, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you, Henry, thank you. I'll give the policy double consideration.
Well, so long, Mr. Van Porter.
Goodbye, boys.
Want to cut across to the other side, Kingfish?
Yeah, let me light this cigar here. I think it's a 5-center.
Yeah, there's one thing about Henry. Look out for that car, Kingfish. Kingfish, is you hurt?
Amos. Oh, Amos.
Well, Amos, I'm certainly glad you brought him right here to the hospital.
Yeah, I put him right in the taxi cab, Sapphire.
Yeah, how you feeling, Kingfish?
Oh, feel fine. Of course, that don't mean that I ain't hurt, though, you know.
Well, where you feel any pain at, George?
Well, it's hard to say, honey, but wherever the doctor's going to say I is hurt, that's where I feels it.
Oh, I see. Well, whatever it is, it don't sound serious.
Well, to tell you the truth, it was the Kingfisher's fault. Well, first of all, he was jaywalking. Second, he wasn't looking where he was going. And the next thing, he was lighting a cigar while he was crossing the street in the middle of the block. And then on top of everything, the automobile didn't hit him. He walked into the side of the car when it was passing. The man was nice about it, though. He even gave him his name and address.
Well, now, wait a minute, Amos. Wait a minute. The Kingfish has got a case. He's claiming he's suffering from shock.
George, let me fix your pillow here.
Yeah. You know, honey, you was lucky to be married to such a good provider as I is going to be.
Yes, we sure is lucky, George.
Look, Kingfish, I really don't think there's anything wrong with you.
Well, I know this much. It's going to take me a year to get over the shock.
Yeah, it'll be easy a year, counting the relapses and all that stuff.
Don't forget I'm suffering from mental anguish, too, you know. Yeah, there's another 2 months right there, you know.
Sure it is. Oh, I tell you, I'm going to get a hold of the lawyer for you and take care of this whole business.
You know, laying here in the hospital on these white sheets is high living. My advice to the world is to always carry plenty of insurance. I is resting in bed at $25 a week.
Come in, Hendricks.
Thank you. Did you want to see me, Mr. Hitchcock?
Sit down. According to our report here, we seem to be getting too many accident claims. The proportion is wrong.
I agree with you, Mr. Hitchcock.
I'm perfectly willing to have the Progressive Insurance Company pay all just claims. But on the other hand, we want to make sure that these claims are justified. And some of them bear investigation.
What would you like to have me do?
I've sent for Irene Johnson. She's the young girl who lives in Harlem. She's our investigator up there. She's waiting outside. Wait a minute, I'll get her in.
Yes, Mr. Hitchcock?
Send Irene Johnson in here.
Yes, sir.
Any particular case you're thinking of, Mr. Hitchcock?
Oh, come in, Miss Johnson. You know Mr. Hendricks, our assistant manager.
Oh, yes. Glad to see you.
How are you? Miss Johnson, we've got a few leads on this George Kingfish Stevens accident claim in Harlem.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's the idea. I want you to go to Harlem and contact a man by the name of Andrew H. Brown. We found out that he is Stephen's best friend. And by your usual procedure, find out all you can about the Stevens accident. You remember how you handled the Hillman case.
Yes, sir. You say his name is Andrew Brown?
Yes, and we're anxious to make sure if this case justifies payment.
Leave it to me, Mr. Hitchcock. I'll get on it right away.
Miss Andy, did you send for me?
Yeah. Sit down, Lightning, sit down.
If I was over at the hospital and I see the kingfish, he sure do feel fine for a man that's so sick, don't he?
Yeah. Lucky he got hit before his insurance policy done lapsed up on him.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Well, he got what they call insurance company shock.
How bad is he shocked?
Well, he's claiming that the shock was 25 volts a week at $1 a volt.
He didn't act that way to me. He gonna try to collect, ain't he?
Oh, he can't miss. He's got the insurance company behind the 8-ball. You see, he was not only hit, but he was knocked down, both. Now, that's where the double indemnified clause comes in.
I'm sure sorry to hear that.
Wait a minute, Lightning. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Could I speak to Mr. Brown?
This is Mr. Brown speaking.
Oh, well, my name is Irene Johnson.
Who?
Irene Johnson. You remember, I met you at the Savoy Ballroom around Christmas time, and you told me to call you.
Who? Oh, yeah. What is the name?
Irene Johnson. You remember. You told me you thought I was pretty.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. I remember you. At the Savoy, huh?
Mm-hmm. I've been away, and I just got back in town, and I thought I'd call you and see if you remembered me.
Remember you? Ha, ha, ha. What's the name again?
Irene Johnson.
Oh, sure, Irene Johnson, yeah. What you doing tonight, Irene? How about us having supper?
Oh, that'd be fine. I'm going to be shopping, and maybe I could stop by your office around 6.
Okay, I'll wait for you in front of the office.
All right, Mr. Brown. I'll see you at 6. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Lightning?
Yes, sir.
Go up to my room and press my blue suit right away. Another woman has done lost her head over me.
All right, sir. I'll whiz over right away.
Yeah. Whiz fast, too. Whiz fast.
Well, hi, fellas.
Oh, come in, Amos. Come in here.
Sit down, Miss Amos. I just leaving. I'll take care of everything, Miss Andy, so you can get dressed up for the gal.
Yeah.
So long.
So long, so long.
Well, what's this about the gal?
Oh, a new gal by the name of Irene Johnson that I done met once and forgot. She found me again, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, Amos, I don't know what it is about me. I draws women to me. I is a regular human maggot, you know it?
I gonna tell you something. I thought you was going with Madam Queen.
Well, I is going with her, but a guy has got to have a spare, ain't he?
Tell me this, if you gonna let Madam Queen know that you was seeing another gal, you liable to get in trouble there.
Well, Amos, I'm going to tell you, a great lover on today's market has got to know how to juggle women.
Yeah.
You got to keep them apart. It's that old thing that's in the book that some other great lover writ. Never the twain shall meet. Special if you happen to be with one of them.
Come in, Brother Andy, come in.
Oh, hello. How you doing, Kingfish? How you doing? Is it getting monotonous staying in bed there?
Oh, no. I was free to get out of bed and walk around the halls if nobody sees me.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good.
And I just want to tell you, Andy, that in my great trouble, I ain't forgot our dear Lord's domestic Knights of the Sea.
That's the stuff.
In roaming around the halls and rooms here, I's done signed up 4 new members and collected the dues from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 5th one, too, but I ain't quite
sure about getting his dues.
Why not?
Well, when I signed him, he was still under the effects of the antiseptic there. Tell me this, what have you done?
Well, what you want me to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to get me a doctor. Find a doctor that knows a case of shock when he sees it.
Uh-huh.
And even when he don't see it.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look here. Send him over here to give me a complete examination. You see, when I puts in my claim to the insurance company, I want to make sure that I ain't overlooking no possibilities.
Yeah. All right, I'll send a doctor over here.
Yeah, get me a good doctor.
Yeah, I knows one that the minute you walk in his office, he gets sad.
Get sad?
Oh, yeah. He can always find something wrong.
Yeah.
I'll have him here in the morning.
Oh, that's good. Where you going now?
Well, I got to go home and dress. The love bug is nibbling at me again. This is some nightclub, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. I've never been here before.
Yeah, well, you know, Irene, I liked you. Tell you the truth, I'd like to have a date with you every night in the week.
Oh, Andy. What about all your other girlfriends?
Oh, well, I can see them in the afternoon.
Oh. Well, tell me, Andy, how are all your gentlemen friends?
Gentlemen, friend? Oh, they're fine. You don't mind if I hold your hand, Irene, do you?
Oh, no. Well, I'm glad to hear they're all well.
Oh, yeah. Sure is nice holding hands here, ain't it, Irene?
Yes, it is. Anything new with any of your friends?
Listen, honey, I is paying 50 cents cover charge here. We can talk about my friends when we're walking home.
Well, the only reason I was interested was because you used to talk about that certain one so much. I think his name was, the Kingfish.
Oh, yeah, well, I can't tell you nothing about the Kingfish.
Well, why not?
Oh, you see, he's in the hospital right now. He's laying over there, kind of running up a claim against the insurance company. He don't want nobody to know it.
Oh, insurance is a wonderful thing, all right.
Yeah, well, the reason I got to keep the whole thing strictly confidential is because he wants to stay there as long as he can and get as much as he can, you see.
Oh.
He wasn't hurt. He was shocked, but of course you can't tell the insurance company that.
No. Well, I don't know anything about insurance.
Yeah, but you see, though, why I can't tell you nothing about the Kingfish.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to say nothing that might get back to the insurance company.
Well, everybody knows who Andy's new girlfriend is except Andy. Right now, she's back at the insurance company talking with the manager and the company doctor.
Those are the facts, Dr. Smith, as reported by our investigator here, Irene Johnson.
I see. Did you see the patient at all, Miss Johnson?
No, Dr. Smith. I secured my information from his closest friend, a man by the name of Andrew Brown. He seems to be handling all of the details for this Kingfish Stevens.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry I couldn't get to the insured sooner and make an examination, but we've had so many claims lately, I've been tied up.
Well, Dr. Smith, when do you think you can see this man, Stevens, and make an examination?
I'll go right out there this morning.
Hello.
Hello, Kingfish. How are you?
Oh, I tell you, I'm getting along. Wait a minute. Who is this?
Your insurance agent, Henry Van Porter.
Feel terrible, Henry. Feel terrible. Bad shape.
Well, just what is it that's wrong with you, Kingfish?
Well, I know mostly that I was a victim of shock, Henry. And it hit me hard, because, well, you see, I ain't been insulated against that stuff.
Well, just what does a case of shock feel like, Kingfish?
Well, it's a kind of a feeling that, when you got it, you see, it's a thing that, well, the way it affects you, it makes you sort of a feeling that if you has it, it's just the opposite of the feeling that you has when you ain't got nothing. That's what it is. And at night, it's twice as bad.
Well, it certainly sounds very mysterious, Kingfish.
Yeah, now, look, Henry. Oh, me. I'm trying to catch my breath here.
Yeah.
You say you pay your claims right at the door of the hospital, didn't you?
That's right.
I've been down there 3 times a day and ain't nothing happened to me.
But don't worry now. The claim will be paid as soon as your injuries has been determined, the extent of them.
The what?
I say as soon as the extent of your injuries is determined, the claim will be paid.
Yeah, well, I got awful shaken up there. According to my calculations, I got knocked right into a higher bracket. That's what I done.
Yes, well, I'll drop over today or tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Believe I'll take another nap. I got to get plenty of rest and keep this shock in good shape. Who is it now? Hello.
Kingfish, this is Andy.
Oh, yeah. Andy, how is you?
Listen, I couldn't get that sour-faced doctor that I wanted to get, but the nurse in his office is sending over another nurse. And the way the nurse explained it to me...
Now, wait a minute. He's sending over a doctor or a nurse. Who's going to send over here?
I say he's sending over another doctor.
Oh, another doctor. Good.
Yeah. The nurse explained it to me.
The nurse did?
Yeah. She said that he can find things wrong with you, too.
Uh-huh.
Now, he ought to be there any time.
Yeah.
She was going to try to locate him while he was out on call.
You was my pal, Andy. You my pal. You know, I remember the last thing I thought of when the automobile hit me. I said to myself, I was going to share this good fortune with my friend Andy.
Pardon me, nurse. Where can I find the patient, George Stevens?
I'm sorry. There are no visitors allowed for another hour.
Here's my card.
Dr. C. Harvey Smith, medical examiner, Progressive Insurance Company. Oh, Dr. Smith, of course.
I'd like to examine the patient.
Well, you'll find him right across the hall, room 202.
Thank you.
Come in.
Mr. Stevens?
Is you the doctor?
Yes, I'm here to make an examination.
Oh, great.
Well, Mr. Stevens, how do you feel?
Well, just between the two of us, I feel fine. I just want to make sure that I ain't all busted up inside where it don't show you.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll just take a look at...
When is that?
You haven't had any temperature.
Oh, no. Feel great. You see, Doctor, just between the two of us again, I is insured for anything that you find, so find whatever you can, you know.
I see. Well, let's pull the covers back here a little.
Yeah.
Oh, this little scar on your head there.
Well, that wasn't exactly in the accident.
Mm-hmm.
That was another accident I had at home. A vase slipped out of my wife's hand.
Oh, yeah. Are your legs all right?
Oh, yeah, legs is fine.
Mm-hmm. How do your arms feel?
Oh, they is great, too. I do my calisthenics every morning. I get up and do all that.
That's good stuff. You have any pain of any kind?
No, sir. Of course, I worries a lot. The main thing, just between the two of us that I worried about, I want to make sure that the insurance company going to give me as much as I can get, you see.
Oh, yes.
You see, I is basing everything on shock. Mm-hmm. You know, that's a bad thing, and I figured that if I can stay shocked for a year at $25 a week, that would be pretty good. You know how I tell you.
Yes. Well,
what is that thing you filling out there, Doctor?
Oh, this is the medical form showing the extent of your injuries.
Yeah, well, extend it out as much as you can there. I'll write down everything you can think of.
Yes. Now, just let me tap your chest here.
What is you marking on the chart there?
Normal, perfect shape. Now, let me check your knee reflex.
Yeah, sir. Flew right up there, didn't it, Doctor? Yeah, that's bad, isn't it?
Oh, just perfect. Absolutely normal.
Wait a minute, Doctor. I ain't trying to collect from the insurance company, you see. That's what I'm trying to do. You think I'm trying to win a physical culture prize here.
Yes, I understand. Now, I want to listen to your heart here with a stethoscope.
Yeah, so tune in my heart, see what's going on there.
Now, just breathe in and out, please. Breathe just naturally, please.
I can't. Since the accident, that's the only way I can do it.
Oh, how did you breathe before the accident?
Like this.
But you can't breathe that way now.
Not a chance. No, I can't do it no more.
Can you tell me of any other specific thing that bothers you?
Just getting the money from the insurance company.
Well, there are no head injuries or anything like that. I think that's everything, Mr. Stevens.
You got everything down there you can think of?
Yes, I think everything is on the report. Will you sign this report, please?
Yes, I'll sign that. George Stevens.
Thank you.
Doctor, tell me this. In case I tell the insurance company that I'm going to take him to court, would you be willing to tell them that you would go to court and testify in the case?
Mr. Stevens, if this goes to court, rest assured I'll be there.
That-a boy, Docky, that-a boy. Yeah. Stick with me there. You is my man, yeah. And another thing, keep all this confidential, you see. I don't want everybody to know. You know what I mean.
Yes, I think I know.
Yeah. Now, if I want to get a hold of you, Doctor, you better leave me your phone number here.
I'll leave one of my cards on the table right here.
Oh, thank you, Doc. Yeah, I'll get you some other case as soon as I get out.
Fine. Well, I'll run along now.
Come in. Yeah, come in, Andy.
Oh, hello. Is you busy?
No, the doctor just leaving.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'll get in touch with you.
Everything working fine, ain't it?
Oh, the doctor went over me from top to bottom. I tipped him off about the shot. He put them tubes in his ears. He listened to my chest and all that stuff. He thumped me up good and all that.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I'm glad you said they sent you over a good one here.
Yeah, he is with me 100%.
Yeah, you know, when the two of us get to working together, we really got a great combination.
Oh, yeah, I got an idea, too, another one.
Yeah? What is it, partner, dear?
Look here, after we gets the money from the insurance company, then we sues the motorist that hit me.
Now, wait a minute. I think we better forget the motorist and go after the insurance company.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, we'll forget the motorist and sue the insurance company.
Oh, sure, that's the thing to do. The motorist don't amount to nothing.
No. Yeah, and this doctor that examined me will go to court for me if the insurance company wants to go to bat on the thing.
Oh, great. By the way, how'd you like the doctor? What was his name?
His name, it's over there on that card. He left it on the table right there.
Yeah, let me see here. Dr. C. Harvey Smith, Pro.
What you thinking?
This is the card of the doctor that was just in here to examine you?
Yeah.
Well, like we both said, there's only one thing to do. Sue the motorist.
Next Friday at this same time, we'll bring you another Amos and Andy show with more about the kingfish and his shock. Be sure to hear it, for at that time, the boys will have as their guest the fine motion picture and stage star, Victor Moore. That's next Friday night over these same stations. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, I have this important reminder. You have been asked this year to give more generously than ever before to the Red Cross. Yes, more generously, even though it might be harder for you to do so. But remember, never has the need for Red Cross services been so great. One of the many, many services rendered by the Red Cross is to keep up morale at home and over there. In time of trouble, a Red Cross field director manages to contact the serviceman's local Red Cross chapter for information and help. So won't you help them keep up this and their many other services? Match Red Cross devotion with your dollars. Thank you, and good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people.
coffee with a smoothie sweet. Led but not Easton with Bud Easton.
Way to bring the family to the breakfast table in a hurry. You don't have to yell or beat on the wall. Just serve Spam and eggs, the breakfast hit of the nation. When those slices of Spam start sizzling in the pan, the family will come down the stairs 2 steps at a time. And when they taste the meaty, juicy flavor of Spam, you'll be classed as the best cook in the land. Serve Spam and eggs tomorrow. It's so easy. Open the Spam can, cut off slices of this delicious meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. And there's a real breakfast that makes husky appetites say, that's for me. And notice the other recipes on the label of the Spam can. You'll discover Spam is grand for lunch, served cold, or baked for dinner. Ask for SPAM Spam when you shop tomorrow. And here they are, our Spam family's gift to America, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Why, Gracie, you look very pretty tonight.
I know. I got up late, had breakfast in the bathtub, and I was saying to myself, I said...
You had breakfast in the bathtub?
Yeah. Well, that way you can eat and wash the dishes at the same time.
That's a cute little idea.
Yeah, isn't it? So I was saying to myself, I said, for a change, it would be nice if we did a musical comedy tonight. So I wrote one.
You've written a musical comedy?
Yeah, words by Gracie Allen and music by me.
I see. You collaborated.
I may have. I got so tired I didn't know what I was doing.
I didn't know you wrote music.
Well, I really don't, but while my sister Bessie was correcting my spelling, her pen leaked and made a lot of ink spots in the paper and we couldn't erase them.
So?
So we put little tails in the spots, and you should hear how nice they sound when Bessie plays it.
Gracie, were you born an imbecile?
No, a nudist.
What's the name of this musical you wrote?
Well, it's about King Henry VIII.
I see.
It's called The Exciting Lives of King Henry's Wives, or When Things Got Dull, He Sharpened His Knives.
That's a cute bit of poetry.
Ah, poesía. Qué romántico, qué divino. A mí me gusta mucho la poesía. Una cosa
Every
muy
week that
bonita.
goes on, yes. What is it, Senor Lee?
I like poultry.
You like poultry?
Si, senor, like simple seaman, made of peaman.
Just a minute. Simple seaman, metapeman?
Si.
What is that?
A nursery dream.
It's not Simon, a nursery rim. It's not Simon, it's Simon. It's not Pimmon, it's Pyman. It's not rim, it's rhyme. You know, between you and Gracie, I feel like going away for a long rest.
Well, I hope you enjoy the tripe.
Well, never mind. Just read what's in the script. So, Gracie, you wrote a musical about King Henry VIII, huh?
Yes. He has 6 wives, and every Thursday in November he chopped off another head.
Every Thursday in November?
Yeah, he didn't know when Thanksgiving was either.
Well, some stuffing, I'll say.
Well, anyway.
That's a joke. That's all I've got.
All of Henry's wives were glamorous. They all look like that movie actress, Lamar, except for one thing.
What's that?
No headache.
Neither have you.
Now, I'll give out the parts. Now, Bud, can you play the part of a lover?
Cold or hot, you've hit the spot.
Okay. Now, you're Prince Vassal, and you steal away all the king's wives. You know how to do that, huh?
Yes, I offer him a can of Spam.
Oh, that'll do it. Artie,
Yes, Gracie.
would you like to play Henry VIII?
Well, gee, I got a wedding job on the 8th. Can't we make it the 15th?
Gracie, I'll play Henry VIII.
Oh, good. And Artie is going to be the king's royal advisor, the Earl of Castor.
Earl of Castor?
Vice versa.
Okay, Artie, it looks like you'll be in my cabinet.
Now, where's the sound man?
That's another joke. I like that better than the stuffing joke.
Sound man,
Yes, Miss Allen.
we're going to do King Henry VIII. You know how to act.
During my 4 years at Harvard, I might say I was considered quite a thespian.
Don't change the subject. You know how to act.
You know, that's almost the same thing, you know.
The last time I played in Henry VIII, I had women kneeling at my feet.
You did?
Yes, they lost their heads over me.
What part did you play?
The executioner.
Kid is really a killer. Well, you've got the job. Gracie, what part are you going to play?
I play all Henry's wives.
But he had 6 wives. How can you play so many?
I play them one at a time. That's the way Henry played them.
You did, huh? All right, Bud. On with the play.
Presenting Gracie Allen's strange musical interlude, Henry VIII.
We'll take you on a musical excursion. We ask you for your confidence and faith. We're going to give you Gracie Allen's version of Shakespeare's Henry VIII.
I'm King Henry VIII.
He is the king, he is the king.
I'm the monarch of all I survey.
Hey, hey.
I behead the wife who dares to disobey.
Hey, hey.
And King Henry was the first one to say, a chop a day keeps the wife away.
I'm the king's advisor. The king is very nice. He takes me here, he takes me there. He took my women twice. He'll take everything I've got, but he won't take my advice. Wham!
I am the king's executioner. He is the king's executioner.
Our job is wielding the axe.
And he makes a lot of awful funny cracks.
I am known as Brazil the Prince.
He's the prince, he's the prince, he's the prince.
I'm the one who makes King Henry win.
He's the prince, he's the prince, he's the prince.
Though he has a wife for every day, here's what causes Henry's great dismay. Basil is the guy who steals them all away.
He's the prince, he's the prince, he's the prince.
1 little, 2 little, 3 little, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little wives. That's the number of the wives that Henry had. And all of them led merry, merry lives.
The first one's name was Kate.
That's me.
And I gave her the gate.
That's me.
The next one's name was Anne.
That's me.
I put her on the pan.
That's me.
The third one snored in bed.
That's me.
Next day she lost her head.
That's me.
Oh, I'm King Henry.
He's there, King Henry.
Ho, 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 King Henry VIII.
Good queen. Queen, your lover is outside. Which one? Prince Basil, good queen. Oh, the cute one. He's so handsome. He has a Roman nose. Yeah, and his eyes wander, too. Send him in. Enter, Prince Basil.
Ah, my queen, I've been dying to see you. I kiss your hand.
Oh, Basil, that's the lady in waiting. I'm the queen.
Oh, pardon me, I got my helmet on backwards. My queen, I've been dying to see you. I kiss your hand, too.
Please, that's so. It tickled.
Catherine, I understand you and the king aren't getting along.
No, he killed my great love.
He did?
Yeah, he found out who he was and shot him.
Come, my beloved queen, elope with me before the king has you, too, beheaded.
Prince, do you know what you are saying?
Yes. Come, I will take you to a place where we'll be free from care and trouble, where we will find sunshine instead of sadness. A place where there is music, gaiety, love, life, and romance.
Oh, that'll be wonderful. I've never been to Catalina.
Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, we find King Henry pacing the floor, worrying about the Queen's not exactly platonic friendship with Prince Basil.
Well, this is a fine state of affairs. Where's my royal advisor?
Here I am, Your Highness. I just got back from the bandstand.
Stick to what's there. Where's my royal advisor?
Oh, I see. Just got back from Nottingham.
That's better. Nottingham.
Yeah.
What? Got back from Nottingham, huh?
Yeah.
What were you doing there?
Nottingham.
For that crack, I, the king, will knight you and give you a new coat of arms.
A new coat of arms?
2 clarinets crossed with an ear of corn under them.
Her Majesty the Queen.
Hello, Henry. Did you send for me?
Speak up, Queen. What is this I hear about you and Prince Basil making love?
Oh, what if I have?
Well, that's bad. And I'm surprised.
Well, I'm surprised, too. I thought it was pretty good.
Frankly, Queen, as a lover, how is this Basil?
He's colossal.
He is? Well, wait till I get my hands on him.
Now, watch out, King. He's very strong.
Strong? Basil?
He can wrestle any vassal in the castle.
He can?
Yassel.
Yassel?
You should feel his muscle.
That's telling the old vassal.
Silence. Look, if you people don't stop with these silly rhymes, I'll jump out of the window.
Senor Burns.
What is it?
Now you're cooking with gasoline.
Oh, quiet.
Announcing Prince Basil.
Say, he's prettier than Judgy Johnson.
Well, that's enough of that, Gracie.
Prince Basil, formerly of Stratford-on-Avon, now of Spam on the table.
Spam?
Loved by millions of women and needs no refrigeration.
Prince Basil?
Your Majesty, I demand an apology. What do you mean I've been making love to your queen?
Hold on, Prince Basil. Who says you've been making love to the queen?
Oh, haven't you heard about it?
So, my queen, this is what happens when I'm away. I left my most trusted knights here to guard you, didn't I?
Yes, Kingy.
Tell me, when I was away, did the days drag?
Yes, Kingy. But oh, those nights.
Send for the executioner. The audacity of that prince. Trying to court my queen under my very nose.
Well, it's the only shady spot in the palace.
Prince Basil, at noon, tomorrow, both you and the queen shall rest your heads on the chopping block.
You'd better make it 1 o'clock, sire. You have 2 appointments at noon.
What are they, Royal Advisor?
Well, at 12 o'clock, you're having lunch at ye Oldie Brown Derby. And at 12:30, you are to proclaim a new tax throughout the land.
And what is this new tax for?
To pay the bill at ye Oldie Brownie Derby.
Every day the same thing. Nightingale's tongue, truffle, caviar, crepe Suzette, and a Tootsie Roll.
Senor Burns, this play here reminds me of the Knights of the Round Table.
It isn't stable, it's table. Stable is a place that, well, it has kind of a bad odor.
This is Chanel number 5?
Quiet, we're doing a play. Go ahead, Bud.
Okay. Sire, if you will spare my life, I promise to bring you a new delicacy to delight your palate.
A new delicacy? Did you say new delicacy?
Yea, sire.
Go, knave, and fetch it. However, should you fail...
Yes?
Don't buy a new hat.
I shall not fail. Farewell.
Announcing the Royal Executioner.
Your Majesty, I've got an axe to grind with you.
Oh, now, please, let's not talk chop.
It's smart stuff tonight. Sharp stuff tonight. That's smart job. I finally got it open. Executioner, have the guillotine ready by noon.
Yes, sire.
Queen, before I deliver this warrant to the executioner, have you anything to say?
Just a few last words.
Well, say them, and when you're through talking, the executioner will show you a shortcut around the block.
You mean when I stop talking, I get beheaded?
That's the idea.
Oh, well, then there's nothing for me to worry about. So I can save my neck by talking my head off,
That's
huh?
right.
Well, if I've got to die, I've got to die. Everybody's got to go sometime, but when you've got to go, you've got to go.
Yeah, but you can't.
But I can't go now. I've got to live. I've got to live because pretty soon we're going to have another little mouth to feed. And when you've got another little mouth to feed...
Queen, another little mouth?
Yes.
You mean...
Yes. My mother's coming to live with us.
Executioner!
Wait.
As the curtain goes down on the first act, the Queen is still babbling out her last words. Will the Queen be able to keep talking? Will the King give in, or will he? And so the curtain comes down on the first act of Gracie Allen's King Henry VIII. During intermission, you will be entertained by Artie Shaw and his orchestra playing Prelude in C-sharp major.
I said, Daddy, if you don't stop drinking so much liquor, you'll have a terrible head in the morning. My daddy said, well, I'll be better off than you because you won't have any head at all.
Oh, we can't execute her until she stops talking.
My daddy drank a martini, and then he drank another martini.
God, lock the Queen in the cell. Well, that ought to take care of her for a while.
Hark, Your Royal Highness. Listen to those hoofbeats. That must be Prince Basil.
Yes, the gallop is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, who can tell? Maybe next election they'll hit it right on the head.
I'll wager he's brought the delicacy he promised me.
Yeah, I'll wager he has failed.
Announcing Prince Basil.
Your Highness, I brought the delicacy which I promised you. It has not been easy. I have been riding day and night until the seat of my trousers are worn thin.
See, I told you he'd come through. What is this great delicacy?
Spam.
Watch your language in the court, Prince Basil.
But that's the treasure. S-P-A-M, spam. I've searched far and wide. There's nothing like it. Spam is different.
Different?
Yes, really different. Spam is delicious meat, and you know how you like good meat, Your Highness. I've watched you chawing on those big chunks. But you'll like spam, Henry. Everybody does.
You interest me, Prince Basil. Go ahead. Tell me more.
Well, as I started to say, spam is a new combination of meats originated by Hormel, seasoned in a new and better way, and put up in a handier package. In all my travels, I found that spam has become the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. Spam is truly a meat of many uses. Yea, verily. You can serve it cold, just as it comes from the can. You can fry delicious slices or bake spam whole. Yea, verily, verily, spam has a meaty flavor, a taste fit for a king. And remember, spam is different because it's a combination of pork shoulder meat to make spam sweet and juicy, and the ham it takes to give spam the extra flavor and goodness. Nothing else but those two. And to prove that I have found the real thing, tell all your wives that spam always tells you about this extra goodness right on the label. Look for this sentence. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Be sure of that. Yea, verily, insist on S-P-A-M spam when ye shop at ye oldie market tomorrow.
Well, I would like to sample the Spam.
Here it is, sire.
Oh, it's a very tasty morsel indeed, but quite difficult to chew.
Your Highness, it would ease your chewing somewhat if you were to remove the Spam from the can.
Prince Basil, Spam is a very tasty morsel, and for that I will spare your life. But the Queen must be executed. Guard, open the cell.
Well, I'm bound to think of something, but I'll talk about that
Quiet.
right now.
Quiet! Executioner.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Behead this talkative wife of mine and bury her beside a babbling brook.
Yes, Your Majesty. Catherine Parr, here I come. Ready or not, you shall be cut.
Take her away.
If you execute this beautiful creature, I will have you arrested for bigamy. Your other 5 wives are still alive.
They are? Executioner, why didn't you put those wives of mine to death as I ordered?
Well, Your Majesty, I didn't have the heart to. You see, they're following the adventures of little Abner.
Good night. 6 wives under one roof. Do you know what that means?
3 gin rummy games.
6 wives. What do you think of that?
Boy, are you out of the draft.
Send for my wives, one at a time.
Very well, Your Highness.
I better execute them right away or I'll be arrested for bigamy.
Announcing wife number 1, Catherine of Aragon.
Hello, Henry. It's good to see you again.
Executioner to the chopping block.
Yes, Your Majesty. Come on, Catherine.
Oh, Executioner, you can call me Kate as long as you're going to do the necking.
Off with her head. Poor Catherine.
Announcing wife number 2, Anne Boleyn.
Oh, hello, Henry. I thought you'd forgotten all about me.
Well, you were my second wife. For 5 years, I thought you were dead.
Oh, thanks, Henry. For 10 years, I thought you were dead.
Executioner! How do you like that? He banked it in the corner pocket.
Wife number 3, Jane Seymour.
Hello, Henry. It's nice seeing you, wasn't it?
Yes, Jane, and you looked very well, didn't you? To the block.
Goodbye, Jane, dear.
Goodbye, Prince Basil.
I'll miss not having your pretty head on my shoulders.
Oh, and I'll miss not having my head on my own shoulders.
Executioner!
Shucks, Your Majesty. I wish I could correct that slice.
Wife number 4, Anne of Cleve.
Goodbye, Henry.
Goodbye, Anne.
Goodbye, Basil.
Goodbye, Anne.
Before I go, wouldst thou kiss me?
I will.
First, wait till I kiss you.
Executioner!
Your Majesty, I'm getting tired of all of this work. When do I get my day off?
Right after I get my weekend off.
Put a block on the block.
Wife number 5, Catherine Howard.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Catherine.
What's coming off here?
Your head.
Bye, Henry.
Bye, Catherine. Ah, poor me. I'm down to my last wife.
Wife number 6, Catherine Parr.
Oh, Hank, you can't kill me. You promised me that as long as I keep talking, you wouldn't kill me. And I'm talking. I'm going to continue talking so you just can't chop my head off. Darned if he didn't.
Here comes His Majesty. All hail the
is on his feet and straightens his reign. The king has something he would like to say.
I want to say.
All hail the king.
I want to say.
All hail the king.
I want to say.
All hail the king. All hail the king.
I want to say.
All hail the king. All hail the king.
There's something I would like to say.
He'd like to say.
There's There's something I would like to say.
There's something he would like to say.
There's something I would like to say.
He'd like to say.
There's something I would like to say.
He'd like to say.
There's something. Oh, please, you forget that I'm the king. And the king can't do no wrong.
The king can do no wrong.
If I bestow a kiss upon a pretty miss, some evening when I'm mingling with the throng, surprised as she might be, she can't get mad at me, 'cause the king can do no wrong.
The king can do no wrong.
I command the queen to sing its song.
The king likes to swing hard. When I sing, I've got to sing hard all day long. I'm swinging for the king. The king knows the right spot, spends his nights and all the night spots. He's the king who's gotta have his swing. He doesn't want to hear you sing about the birdies in the spring. No, sir, it don't mean a thing to the king unless you've got that swing.
The king is ascending the stairs and begs us all to stay. He has something important to say.
My subject.
Ladies, in all my travels, I learned that Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. Yea, verily, you'd be surprised how many families are using it regularly. Now, you've been listening to the Court of Fun with George and Gracie each week. Have you said to yourself, I'm going to try Spam? If you haven't yet tried Spam, now is the time. You're really missing something. Spam is delicious meat. Spam is extra good. Spam is handy to use, convenient to keep on hand. Yea, verily. Go to your food store tomorrow and ask for S-P-A-M, Spam.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night.
Say, you know, that guillotine sounded pretty real.
Oh, that's a fake. Here, put your head on. Nothing can happen, see?
Really? All right.
Good night, folks.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Easton reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.